You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Hey, we are off and rolling for 2026. Already got our first day of fishing under our belt at the first stop of the year, the FXR Bassmaster Elite at legendary Lake Guntersville. There's the scene right there as the sun was rising a little bit earlier. It's a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. That's some good news we can start out with for these anglers, 101 of them, full field out there fishing again today and trying to make that top 50 so they can get a chance at tomorrow's round of 50 anglers and make it to the top 10 for Championship Sunday. That's what it's all about. And we have got a lot of things going on. A lot of the storylines have already been set. It's not been easy for these anglers. It hasn't been a stop and load the boat kind of situation here. It's taken all day mostly for these guys to get their work done, but we'll take a look at the leaderboard in a little bit. But got here a man with Davey Height now is in the studio with us, so we're happy to have the two-time Angler of the Year and former Classic champ. Wasn't with us yesterday. You were down here to start the day, and what were your impressions down there when we went off at about 28 degrees?
I know we've heard all 101 anglers say it, but I have to say it. It was a lot colder there yesterday morning, Tommy, than it is here in studio with you. I'll just say that.
I bet. Well, we got them ready to go. We'll be in the boat with 6 anglers as we were yesterday, but in this case they'll be the top 6. And Ronnie, our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race is getting tied. 10 points separate the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely, and really one spot to another is only 1 or 2 ounces, Tommy, but we kid about that. But it really is a start to a season. Some anglers really did not get started well yesterday. You can't make it all up in a day. You can chip away at it today for tomorrow in hopes of making up points.
Well, all the anglers told us it was definitely not easy, no matter what their results were. But Brian Schmidt was one guy who was said to say, hey, this place is like heaven to me. Let's hear from him this morning.
You know, here's the deal, man. I saw a little hint of this the first day of practice in this zone. I didn't do good second day of practice. Third day I kind of went back in this zone and saw potential. I just think there's big ones one end to the other on this lake, but the way I'm fishing, I feel like I'm able to pinpoint more, be a little more efficient with every cast. There's potential, man. I mean, a 7-pounder, you can't count on that. But I think there's a potential at a quality bag, and I think just like anywhere, if you find fish right now, there could be more coming. So kind of excited to get after it. It wasn't a burn. We're not going to catch a million fish, but we're going to stay the course. This is what I like to do. This is, back home when we got 42-degree water, this is what we live for right now, the early pre-spawn bite. I love the way I'm fishing, man, so we'll see.
I have a variety of places. I got a couple stretches where I'm jerk baiting on the main river channel. That's how I caught 3 or 4 of my big ones yesterday, and I also got some shallow eelgrass and also shallow hydrilla where I'm trapping, throwing a bladed jig and swim baiting. Yesterday I needed a couple good ones and pulled out the swim bait and let me tell you, whenever I got bit, it was one of the best surprises of my life. So I gotta say, man, if they'll bite that thing, we're gonna throw that thing a little more today.
It makes the fishing tough. In Canada, even though it's cold like it is now, we don't get to fish for bass when it's this cold. It's usually frozen, and our season doesn't open until June, so it's nice and warm by then. But I think just being able to be out in the cold weather doesn't affect us as much. We're used to having some ice in the guides and stuff like that, so it's a little more normal for us as opposed to some of these southern guys. I don't know if that's too much of it. I think Canadians seem to like grass lakes, and this is a grass lake. So I don't know how much it is to do with the cold, but maybe more to do with the grass.
Yeah, it's still Lake Guntersville. The big ones live here, and they will bite. It's just real slow, just based off the water temperature alone. So I've been keeping a couple of baits in my hand and locking them in my hand all day, knowing they'll bite them. It's just when I put it, I gotta tell myself, when I get around one, it will bite. So I'm just kind of got that confidence that, hey, just lock it in your hand and get bites and it'll turn out. So we're just gonna go out there today, see if we can catch 7 or 8 more fish, and hopefully they weigh in the 20s again. So we just got to take one bite at a time, stay patient, because it can start to wear on you. I mean, it's real slow in the mornings, and it tends to get better toward the afternoon. So hopefully we get a few this morning and get our get our heads level and no panic mode and just grind them out.
Feel good, man. It's a good spot to be in. We just got to keep it rolling. That's the thing. I mean, a lot of big fish out here. A lot of guys that can catch them behind me. So as long as we go out, do our job, make everyone else catch them, I mean, that's all we can do today. So we'll see what happens. It's I don't know. It's a great lake, giants in it. So we got to find 5 of them.
There's your tournament leader, Corey Johnston, by 2 whole ounces. He is leading this tournament right now, but still, that's the place you would like to be. And the story really is about this place right here, Lake Guntersville. I mean, what a great opportunity. What a great sort of loud and powerful way to start your season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. So we're glad that you all are along with us today. So we're getting ready for 7 hours of Bassmaster live coverage, and it's going to be a great day. Davey Height, Guntersville, all of Tennessee River Lakes are interesting. They're good. They can be a little off, but as we look at the leaderboard right now, we got Corey Johnston and Brian Schmidt. Now that's going to trip us up all day long, so just get used to that. Matt Robertson in the mix there after a tough season last year, and he's sort of turned the boat around, at least for right now. 2 Canadians in our top 10, Evan Kung and Jeff Gustafson, despite Evan Kung saying, well, we don't know how to fish this because we don't fish till June in Canada. But obviously they are showing some great expertise out here. Brock Mosley, the veteran, 11 years out here. Wesley Gore, our lone Alabama guy in the mix there. So we got a good top 10 there and a very close top 10. And we're glad to have you with us. Welcome to Bassmasters Live in the Bassmaster Studios. And Davey Height, Guntersville, why is it so much? It's just the next level up. Why is that?
Well, you know, when this elite schedule came out and you see Lake Guntersville, the first event of the year, everybody's excited. I think everybody, all 101 anglers, everybody in Little Rock here at the studios, everybody at B.A.S.S. in Birmingham, Alabama. And then the forecast, it gets closer and the forecast is what it is. But I fished there quite a bit. Anyone that has fished Lake Guntersville a lot, it doesn't matter. They're going to catch big bass. It doesn't matter if that water temperature is 36 to 42, 43 degrees. It's just going to be the person, like always, who figures out something a little different to get those bigger fish to bite. And now more than ever, puts those fish in a boat because you're not going to get as many bites as you do in April, May, June, July.
All right, Ronnie, it's just a great setup. This field versus this lake. How are we going to beat that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of anglers in the Elite Series who love Lake Guntersville and aren't even from the state of Alabama. But when we're talking about the state of Alabama and how many anglers are on the Elite Series, there's 17 anglers that call Alabama home, whether they're transplants or not. And looking after day one results, only one of them is in the top 10, Wesley Gore, but 9 of them are in the top 50. And really, when you get below that top 50, you really don't start to see a good contingent of Alabama guys till you get from 85 to 100. So there's a 5 or 6 guys that expected to really catch them on a place that's familiar in their home state, did not catch them. They're going to have to turn it around big time today because you do not want to start with all the pressure on a home lake or on a lake you're familiar with a crash and burn and then have to get right back into it on maybe more unfamiliar water at Lake Martin next week.
Real quick on that, there's some guys that were expected to do really well here that they're not having a good tournament. They're probably not going to even make the cut, but I promise you a 70th place finish is better than a 90th place finish.
Absolutely.
You've got to think about this is the beginning of the season. It matters every single day. If you had a real bad day yesterday, just try to salvage a little bit today.
I mean, if you look at the bottom 2, you got 2 guys, a really great shallow water angler, John Cox, had negative weight yesterday. I believe that's the only way you can get negative weight in a Bassmaster tournament is by weighing in a short fish. So that tells me he had 1 keeper. It did not measure. You lose a pound and that fish. That's how he gets there. And then Buddy Gross, one of the best Tennessee River anglers. If you had to make a 15-person list, he's on that list of all time. 0 yesterday. I don't know if it was mechanical or just fish catching, but boy, he has been in a lull, and it is carrying over to start 2026. You need something good to happen today.
I know y'all laughed at me, but I think John Cox is just setting us up for the greatest comeback of all time to get to Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Such, so close in that top 10. Everything's, as you look at the day and how it unwound, what were the numbers that stood out to you?
Well, the big fish stood out to me. We had Brian Schmidt catch a 7-4 early. Brandon Card caught his big one early. The late day catches were important, though. Our Phoenix Boats Big Bass came from Wesley Gore at 3 o'clock. Matt Robertson had 2 410s in the last hour. Today, the prevailing thought is going to be as it warms and we got sun, the big fish are going to come later in the day. We will see about that.
We shall see about that as we take a look at our playing field right there. And Davey, is it just like a matter of clockwork? The minute with each degree it warms up, with each different angle of sunlight, we get a better bite? It doesn't work that way, does it?
It does. It's something I have learned through the years. Even in cold temperatures like this, first light in the morning, the first hour or so of fishing is always good. It doesn't matter if the water temperature is in the upper 30s or in the low 90s. You always have that early morning window, and then, yes, later in the day today, I think we will see the fishing pick up.
Out to 5th place, Evan Kung. Evan in his 2nd year, coming from Canada, as we mentioned earlier, from Ontario, as a number of our anglers are this year. And I tell you what, his record is good performance early, despite what he says about not knowing how to fish before June.
A couple anglers, like John Cruz, always starts well in this time of the year. There's some good anglers who fish well in February, no matter if it's Florida or Alabama. They just start the season strong.
So the old saying, an old dog can learn a new trick. Not necessarily a trick, but I learned something. It makes sense what Evan was talking to us this morning, because I have heard several Canadians say, we don't fish when it's like this. And it's like, you're kidding me. But they have a season. Yeah. You don't fish this cold of water in pre-spawn. So their season doesn't start until June. So oftentimes the water temperature's already up 50s, 60s, at least 50s usually in June there. So they don't fish pre-spawn upper 30-degree tournaments because the season's not in. It makes all the sense in the world.
You can go fish for other fish and stumble up. And I'm just
kidding.
You're
such a Christian man.
yeah, that's right.
Accidentally get on a bag. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
You've been hanging around folks in Little Rock too long, right?
Oh, no kidding. That's a handicap right there.
Steve Bowman's taught me all the tricks.
There's another handicap.
Now, see there? I learned something else this morning.
One interesting and important thing. You talked about that first hour of the day. Fisher and I had 18 pounds and change, almost 19 pounds. 9 pounds of that came in the first 20 minutes of his day yesterday.
That's a good point.
He had a 3-pounder and a 5 and change, and all of a sudden it went dead for hours. And then he ends up just filling his limit, making 1 or 2 culls, and basically only doubling his first 20 minutes weight at the end of the day.
Well, you can see it's looking really good for sunshine right now, and our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us a day that is much warmer than yesterday. Struggled to get in the 40s yesterday. It's going to be all the way up over 60 today. That's the prediction. Down 33 at night.
I don't think it's very big.
Kong hooked up?
No, small. Little one.
First fish in the morning, how you feeling?
Feeling all right. It was a little slow yesterday morning too. I don't even know if this guy's a keeper. Once the sun gets a little higher, it should get a little better. Oh, first fish of the day, just a tiny one. But we'll take them for now.
Was part of that group, had that great EQ race, a 9-event EQ race, elite qualifying race in the Opens 2024.
He led the points for a little while.
Led it near the top. Had a great finish at Ouachita, followed it up with another strong one, and was definitely part of the story. Was able to hang in there till the very end and make it into the top 9 who made it to the Elite Series.
Already seeing something different.
No, it's like 1.5 pounds.
That we didn't really see yesterday was those throwing lipless. We saw the reds, the oranges, the yellows, the spring cross, things like that. That looked to be a chrome and blue. We talked about that someone's gonna get on a different color bite or a different in a populated region. So we'll keep an eye on that as that transpires.
he's not the only one that we have a camera with today throwing a different color other than the orange and reds.
Brock Mosley in his 11th year as a Bassmaster Elite Series angler.
It's just a grass flat, and these fish are kind of sitting on the edge on the main river channel side of it, or they have been for me. I mean, I've seen Chris catch a couple up there on the flat on top of it, but you know, I just kind of go back to the old school thinking, whether it's cold as it's been, the last water to cool off will be the river channel, because it's current. That water's always moving, so it's not sitting still. It don't get it cold as fast, but it also don't warm up as fast. But it's kind of the warmest water I've seen in practice, which I don't know if that has anything necessarily to do with it, but these fish just kind of been sitting right here on the lip of it, and you know, I'm pretty much just locking one or two baits in my hand, and I have to really give a slow presentation to get them to bite, but I think the biggest thing of it is kind of being patient. You know, you're not going to pull up and catch 5 right away, but you know, if I could pick up 1 or 2 through here, I think we'll be off to a good start. I had 6 bites yesterday morning through here and I only caught 1 of them, and they just were biting it funny. So I know there's some fish still here, but it's Lake Guntersville. Grass, man. Grass, baby, grass. But when you find some grass fish, I really don't know how many fish is there. Like, it could be thousands, it could be 10. So we're just going, main thing we got to do is stay, you know, don't get too fast. You got to be slow, got to be patient.
Brock Mosley from Mississippi, but so much experience on the Tennessee River, especially further down, like Pickwick, Kentucky Lake, places like that. With him all day long, it'll be fun.
Yeah, and certainly at home with a vibrating jig in his hand or around vegetation, we've seen him have his most success doing that.
Not a big one for Evan Kung, but good enough. Things are so tight. Puts him right up to the top there, ahead of Corey Johnson as it stands right now. Bryant Smith, Brian Schmidt. Keep them in mind all day long as well. We'll try to keep it straight for you as we move forward on day 2. The FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. A little mountain scene for you right there. We're in the foothills, the very southern part of the Appalachian chain, big part of the geography of this nation of ours, the U.S. of A. And we've got a great, great lake here to play out this first 4 days of drama, you might say, of this season of 2026. And let's go right to our leader. Down from Canada, we just kind of think of him, you know, I didn't even include him in the Canadians when I was talking about the time. Where's Godzilla from? You know, you don't really assign a country to somebody who's just a force of nature.
And no bites yet. We've only made 3 or 4 casts, but we're sitting on a spot where I ended the day yesterday and caught a few big ones. So I didn't get a lot of bites yesterday, but they were the right quality, and I think I figured out what the bigger ones are sitting on. So we're gonna run a bunch of this stuff today and see what happens. I'm hoping for 10 bites today, and hopefully 5 of the ones are the right size. See what happens.
Talked to Corey last night. He said he got about 10 or 12 bites yesterday, leading the tournament with only 10 to 12 bites. So that's a very good day if you can get more than 1 bite an hour. It sounds like, how's that a good day? But on Lake Guntersville, under these conditions, that's a good day if you can get 10 bites.
That's what we heard from everybody, wasn't it? Back over to Brock Mosley. interesting career, much like Corey Johnson. Lots and lots of top tens. About every fourth time he tees it up, he gets a top 10, but only got his first win back in 23 on Sabine.
Had 3 or 4 second place.
Yeah,
finishes
lots
up
of
until
second
then.
places too.
Not quite Bill Lowen, but they've been close.
Yeah, same pattern.
One anyway. Ain't much, but
Always great to see an angler get that first win.
maybe the smallest fish I've caught here all week. But it'll break the ice, literally. You gotta crawl before you can walk. Smallest keeper I've caught. Throw out, baby, throw out.
Wes Logan started his day with a 4-pounder. He had one of our 20 bags that were over 20 pounds yesterday. He's jumped up. Remember, he finished second here last time. 17 pounds back, though.
Yeah. Over to Matt Robertson.
Well, yesterday we started off a pretty good start. Someone else started about 500 yards that way down there by that other red buoy and fished up to here. And yeah, they decided to start here today. And all the old heads want to talk about respect this and that. But if you're going to preach it, you better follow it. Because these boys ain't running over on me. Catching a few here on a chatterbait. The jerkbait bite was actually better, but I'm fixing to fish back through it with the jerkbait. 3 or 4 of our big ones come on jerkbait yesterday, so we're gonna have to pick it back up and get it in our hand. Man, we got about 5 or 6 areas we're gonna fish through, and listen, man, we're just gonna fish through them and chuck some different stuff, and we're gonna let the cards fall where they do, man. The last couple of years I've been fishing too fast, and yeah, I'm just not making the mistakes I made before. Like, if I don't catch them, it's because I did it right, you know? It's because I wasn't beating myself.
We have made it to our first spot, and it was a nice ride. I was surprised. Been used to all these cold mornings, and I actually got here, took my gloves off, took my jacket off. Haven't been able to do that in a few days. But we made it here, down the lake about 20 miles, and we're just gonna thoroughly fish these grass lines. That's all I did yesterday was take this Strike King Red Eye shad to 3/4 ounce. And the grass line down here, I don't know if it's because the water's clear or what, but it's out, you know, 8-9 foot. It's where the edge is. You know, kind of throwing just a little bit up and reeling it along the grass line. But you can see over there all those birds, the big shad die-off going on right now. So, you know, conventionally you throw the red out here, but with all these shad flickering around, I went to the chrome and black. They just think it's a, I guess they just think it's a dying little shad down there reeling along. But kind of targeting the steeper banks, places where I think those fish kind of, with all this cold weather, pull off and just kind of hang out until it warms up a little bit. But we're gonna bounce around here. Caught some out of pockets too yesterday, but they were all the smaller ones. The bigger ones seem to be on that deeper stuff. But just keep the trolling motor on low and thoroughly fish this grass edge, and hopefully we can run into a few of those little pods of fish. That's all it kind of was. It wasn't a one cast deal where you just sit there and cast and catch them cast after cast. It's been just a slow grind, catch one here, catch one there. They just kind of, I think they're just kind of roaming along the edge of the grass. So keep our head down and hopefully we can run into 5 more big ones.
Good job, Bob Bryant.
That was
describing exactly what he's
very
doing.
detailed and interesting. All right, Smith, Roseville, California. Best finish last year was up at Hartwell, top 12.
Big time Buc-ee's aficionado. He loves Buc-ee's. I think that's the only reason why he did the Elite Series, so he could come east and go to so many Buc-ee's on the way. You won't hear from him unless he's patting them.
I'll look for him next time I'm in one. Wonder if he wears the gear.
Oh yes, 100%.
It'll be easy to find. There'll only be about 400 other people in the store.
That's right.
I love Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
It's crowded though.
There's one.
It is.
Oh,
Yeah.
Small one, I think. Well, not that big, but wanted that booyah. Half decent one, not great, but take them.
Getting bit this morning is Evan Kung. That's a good sign.
You know, he's kind of a sleeper in the top 10. He's had a good day yesterday, but you know, in fishing, you kind of get these gut feelings, and honestly, I don't know where it came from, but you better watch out for Evan Kung this week.
Right.
I don't think it was a fluke yesterday.
Feels like a
Duly noted.
Dude, don't jump. What the heck? What are you doing going crazy like that? Come on, just take it easy. Cold water, we're gonna take it easy. Come on, baby. Let me get back here. Not the biggest, but we need them. We'll take her, baby. On the stunner. Come on. You gotta start somewhere. And we needed the bad vibes out of the boat, son. I get turned up faster than anybody, son, except for Iaconelli. We'll give Iaconelli the belt on that one, but I've been taking too much testosterone in Cialis, boys. I'll get turned up faster than you ever seen.
What's that?
2.5.
Speaking of getting turned up there, Tommy,
That's a new word for me.
Tommy,
Matt told me that he lost 7 fish in a row yesterday. Caught 9 or 10, so he had more bites than anyone I talked to, but he was a little turned up, and he also 7 in a row.
I bet so. Well, it's still
So you're saying if
pretty
you would
good
have
result.
live streamed on Bassmaster.com with his personal camera, we would have saw some fireworks.
Maybe.
In the good and bad way.
Something to think about right there. We got more to look at when we come back to Lake Guntersville.
Lake Guntersville is one of the few on the TVA. I think it's actually the only one on the TVA that really doesn't fluctuate a whole lot from winter pool to summer pool. It actually stays around the same level all year.
Yeah, the TVA, it's like the legendary river that goes through a bunch of states, and Guntersville is probably the biggest name out of all of them.
It seems like to me right now, with the water being so cold, they're trying to stay out of the current. They just, their metabolism's slow. They don't want to burn any extra energy. So I'm targeting these fish in areas where there's not a lot of current.
Normally I'd tell you to be throwing blade baits and stuff in water this cold with it dipping down in the 30s, but dude, I'm telling you, it's like it doesn't matter here. Like, you can burn a trap, throw a jerk bait, you're not fishing it super slow. Right now, if you come to Guntersville, ignore the water temperature. Don't look at it and just go fish how you normally would in the spring.
Interesting thoughts on the special place, Lake Guntersville. Most interested me what Corey Johnston said. You hear people talking about, I like to fish current breaks where they can dip in and out of the current. He says, I'm getting away from the current totally. You don't hear that philosophy, at least said out loud very much.
No, you really don't. The problem with getting away from the current the last few days, it won't be that way so much today, is when you got away from the current, there was a layer of ice on the surface.
Yeah, good point.
There's one.
That's not very big.
One hook.
One hook, right in the corner.
Number 3.
Kung with an above average keeper rate so far this morning. That's
Yes, numbers are good. The size not as good as he would like.
Not showing up for size.
We often talk about, yeah, he's got 3, but really he doesn't want to take any of those to the scale. Under these conditions, even on Lake Guntersville, you're happy to have any one of those because you might catch 4 good ones and need one of those smaller ones here.
It's like, there you. He ain't big. Way out here.
Different scenery. Here where Brian Schmidt is.
Way out here. A pound and a halfer. Little start. Way out. I was getting ready to say, like, I haven't got a lot of bites on the downstream side of anything. Everything's been more from the cut up, if that makes any sense. Hey, turn the live well on anyhow.
talking to Brett Smith and Brian Schmidt yesterday.
Yes.
They're only 1 ounce apart.
Did you call them
in the standings?
One phone call with both at the same time? Or, I'm just kidding.
No, I didn't even call them back to back. I put a gap between. But it was interesting talking to them, doing two very different things, only 1 ounce apart. It shows you how good Lake Guntersville is. But they were probably 50 miles apart on Lake Guntersville. So. A lot of nice fish from one end to the other of this section of the Tennessee River. There we go.
All right.
Look how quick we move.
Doing the Schmidt-Smith thing here. We'll be doing that all day long, folks.
We did the Corey Chris thing yesterday, today. So.
Well, we just missed our first bite of the day. I still don't know. It's just all reds, just a big creek on the lower end. The water's clear. I think that's why that grass grows down so deep here. And there's just been, I didn't have a phenomenal practice at all, so I don't have a lot of experience here up until this tournament. I've only been here for 1 day, so I just picked this area because it's the one that I got the most bites in. They weren't the biggest or anything like that, but I was concerned about just catching a limit here in this tournament, so I went to where I got the most bites. Yeah, I spent like a half day here before, but I've never been here pretty much before this turn. I've never been here this time of year. So this was a intimidating body of water to break down with how big it is. But yeah, this was just the area I got the most bites in and had the most confidence. I still don't know how they missed this thing. I popped it over that grass and it felt like it choked it, but you can't touch a bait like this without hooking yourself. But somehow they can knock the crap out of it and miss it. I missed you too. I don't know. It's just, I don't have a good reason for that. I just know red works really well, and we'll throw some red here a little bit later. It seems like for me, when I get a little shallower, that red seemed to work a little better, but out here deeper on this edge, gosh, that felt like one again. Out here on this edge, they're focusing on those shad that are dying. They're actually, I saw it a couple times yesterday, they actually blew up on shad in here. I've never seen fish come to the surface in 42-degree water, but it's more of a just slow rolling it right over the top.
Back to tournament leader at this point, Evan Kung. Got 3 keepers in the boat early on.
News alert, Tommy. Taco Ito just caught his 4th fish. He just took over from Kung.
About that.
Not very big. Take them right now.
And Kung's right back on top. We've got a lot of fish catches going on. Andrew Loberg started 82nd, has caught the biggest one in the morning, a 4.8. Nick Trim, a 4.4. He's moving up.
Yeah, we saw he made a little run on the leaderboard yesterday in the upwards direction.
I caught them in the afternoon here, so.
Corey Johnston started the day with the lead. His weight didn't show up till later in the day yesterday. I don't know if that was when he caught him or when they got reported.
I remember seeing him on Bass Track, but I think he was really underestimating his fish.
He was in that 19 to 20 range where we said he's probably going to be around 22. Same thing with Schmidt, and they both had 24, so that makes sense. Well, we're glad to have day 2 underway here, and we got our friend Davey Height with us today, traveling in from Guntersville yesterday. And Davey, we were at the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section yesterday, and we had a couple other bait genres in here, you know, possibilities that we could see. We really didn't see the standard crankbait play yesterday because we didn't see really many people fishing around riprap, things like that. A lot more grass-based baits. And today we're already seeing bladed jig catches, jerk bait catches, and lipless crankbait catches. But one thing we noticed, we talked a lot about the reds, but with this shad die-off, we're seeing a lot more anglers show up in our top 10 that are throwing the chromes and bluebacks, the chromes and blackbacks.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to talk about here with the lipless baits this time of year in particular, because typically pre-spawn, I'm going to go with those crawfish type colors, the reds, the green pumpkins, the blue, the orange, the yellow hues, those sort of thing. But like you said, with the shad die-off, especially if you're fishing a little deeper where more of those shad are, then certainly the chromes and the shad type colors coming in. 2 of our top 6 are using these colors, and I guarantee you 90% of the field are using the red colors.
One other aspect that we talked about, not only color selection, you can do weight, you know, a 1/2 ounce or 3/4 ounce trap, maybe a 1/4 ounce, whatever you're fishing shallow depth-wise, but also the sound octave. And so here's 2 different contrasting sounds we're seeing anglers use. We've got the rattles, and you've got much more of a knocker. And so for you, Davey, and what you've heard from anglers and what you know about this cold a water temperature, is this more of a knocking or a BB thing? Is it around the grass or around different structures that you're going to choose differently, because it is kind of 6 or 7 different variables you can use here? So
that's a great question, and like I said, there's so much that you can dial in as far as lipless, from a 1/4 ounce to 1 ounce, the sound, that sort of thing. It really depends on where you're at. On Lake Guntersville, 70 miles long, but it also the time of day, how the day is progressing. Like the water temperature is definitely going to rise today. We've got more sun. Today is a very different day than yesterday. So maybe a louder, more BBs yesterday, less today, or vice versa.
Pressure on the spots.
It's 100% something you have to go and do every single day and be flexible and know, hey, if I'm not getting bit with this bait, maybe I need to try a different sound, a different weight. There's just so many things to dial in. When you say lipless, man, it opens up a big old can of worms. There's 100 different selections, sounds, even a silent bait, and the size. All that, you have to have a big variety of all of them and just mix it up. You absolutely have to.
Trying to match the hatch color-wise with these bait fish on Guntersville and the current conditions, and also the profile. Nothing imitates a bait fish, probably better than a lipless this time of year.
Good stuff from the bait and tackle section over there. Thank you, guys. Evan Kung back on top. A couple of Canadians on top. Jeff Gustafson now tucked into 2nd place, and Taku Ito in 3rd. The FXR, Profish Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. Scottsboro, Alabama is a fantastic host city. And what a fantastic playing field we have here today. We've seen some good catches. And what do we got, Such?
DFA from Skeeter Boats. Will Davis is 6'4". He could have used that yesterday. He came in with 4 fish down in the 80s with 13 pounds. It's our biggest fish of the day, 6'4".
Getting after it, getting after that 50 cut. That's what today is all about, be in the top 50 when it's all said and done.
I think they saved the BFA, Tommy, right when our eyes start to get a little droopy and we look like we're settling in, and then they just hit the button.
That's a good thing then. Yeah, we need more of them. That's good.
There he is, big one. Stay hooked up. Come here. That'll warm you up. Donk. Where is it? One. That fish should weigh 6 pounds, but it don't. It don't even weigh 5. That is a big fish that don't weigh what it should. There's one. Gotta use my leg. Get there we go.
Good work, man.
Yeah, buddy. That's one. 4 more.
Actually, a second keeper, but I think he's referring to that's one that we would like to take to the scales.
Wants to hang on to that one. Yes, he didn't like being knocked out of the top 10 by the likes of Taku Ito and Wes Logan. He's back in it now.
Dude. Why can't they all eat it like that?
I'll say we got some cold water temps, but he scooped that sucker with a bunch of water too. Boy, he was ready to get that 5-pounder in the boat.
You forget all about that cold water with a 5-pounder.
That's one, bro.
Reeling a vibrating jig extremely slow. You can tell he's fishing a little deeper, probably using a little lighter weight to be able to fish it slow and keep it right on the top edge of that grass. Think about the Tennessee River in general, certainly Lake Guntersville, though. You see he's off the bank, offshore, but he may be casting the 2 feet or 10 feet. The boat could be sitting in 10 feet or 20 feet. It's those bars throughout the river, they extend right out in the middle oftentimes. So the deeper water will be closer to shore. So you can't just look at where they're at and determine what depth they're fishing, because he could be fishing shallow or deep offshore there on the river.
We showed you that yesterday with that, when we went from bird's eye view to the Loran Sea map.
Sure.
I mean, it literally, if you could get under the water, it is like a ocean drop. When it dumps in the main river, it is quick and drops hard.
Then you get a secondary version of that.
Yeah, and then there's ones that are more gradual.
Yeah.
The back channel, as people call it.
Yeah, it's really.
It's part of what makes it so great, of a fishery, because you have so much, habitat and good shallow water that
Dude, I know
fish
they're
can live the entire
I just
year
know what's
in.
here. I'm telling you, the first pass down through here yesterday, I had 6 bites. I landed one, or caught one. And I only caught 2 off this whole place yesterday, but they were 5-pounders. So I know what's here.
All right.
Oh, man.
Looking good. Yeah.
We were saying, how many does it take to break the ice? We might get a bigger calculator.
Could be 1,000.
Either those birds have some long legs, or that is totally iced over. I don't know. They're standing.
We're not picking a winner yet, but anyone who wants to participate in Bassmaster Fantasy Games has this option here. TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge, a series of setups, 2-man matches. Just pick the winner. Sounds easy. We are back on the Tennessee River, as you just saw. That's going to be the site of our World Championship Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, coming up in about, middle of next month, middle of March. Right around the corner, it will be on us, and we'll have an international field. We got an international field to our top 10 right now. Taku Ito on top, 32 pounds and 2 ounces. Evan Kung of Canada, Brock Mosley of Mississippi, and another Canadian, Jeff Gustafson, rounding out that top 4 right there. Things are moving fast here. So some anglers are catching numbers this morning. We haven't seen size show up except for Brock Mosley.
We had the TH Marine Pick'em, And I was going to tell you guys a matchup. Hartman and Kufal, the last two elite winners that are in our field, 11th and 14th yesterday. Who you got?
That's a good matchup. I'm going Kufal.
Kufal?
I'll go Hartman.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a close one. I'll get a lot of action on that one. There's the Lawrence bird's eye view. Matt Robertson. Out there, Matt, coming off a tough season last year. He won't be fishing the Classic, and that's remarkable because he's a guy who finds more ways to get into the Classic than anyone else in history. But he's bound to change. He's bound and determined to change that this year.
In his own Matt Robertson way, when I was walking out on the dock yesterday morning, he said, I'm going to paraphrase. He was gonna, he was going to catch him. I actually called him last night. I said, you're a man of your words. You did catch him. Well, hope he does today.
Yeah. It's fun to watch.
May not be happening here today. I almost know that he's pulling a little water. I can see the current seam up there. I could really tell at mid-lake that they weren't pulling as much. Got a stretch of the river channel I had down there, had a lot of fish on it. Didn't have hardly nothing on it.
What kind of structures are you fishing?
Yeah, what it is, it's all these flats out here are big eelgrass flats, and on the edge of the river channel here, there's some bigger clumps of hydrilla. There was a lot more in pre-practice, but that cold and the wind, man, it just brittles it up, and then the wind breaks it off, so we're fishing what's left of it.
I will say Matt Robertson, when I talked to him last night, caught his fish on about definitely 4 different baits.
Man, honestly, in practice, it's been, everything's really spread out. Like, you catch one here and catch one there, not really a concentration of fish. I had 2 areas where I got bit pretty quick. And I think we're gonna go to them here soon if something don't happen. And, but I mean, honestly, it's like, I know there's somebody out there waylaying them in a spot, you know, probably not even moving the boat, but I've had to move around, like fish around to catch them.
Most anglers in these conditions
move around a lot.
Fish 1 or 2 baits, lock them in the hand, and he's using 4 or 5.
Like you just can't, like typically on the Tennessee River, I'd sit here and cast, maybe move a little bit, but not like we are this week.
He's talking about that current flow. You don't want necessarily stagnant cold water, but you certainly don't want a lot of flowing cold water. And when we go into the deep dive app, you can look at the outflow history here at Guntersville, and you can see how earlier in the week and before practice started, it was up at around the 49,000 CFS per day, outlook. It drops down on Monday, and it was back up for the rest of Monday, so it must have been a midnight deal. They just didn't pull any for a little while. You could see during the tournament, though, it's gone down to the 20 and 26,000 mark. Pretty consistent overall. Like Brock Mosley was talking about, you can see here, the lake level really doesn't change that much at Guntersville. It's down a foot this week, but that's just a below full pull. So it doesn't fluctuate more than probably a 1.5 feet below full pull or a 1.5 feet above full pull. It stays in that 3 foot range, and you can see how it's tracked this past week. And then if you want to look at the generator outflow or inflow, you can see right here it says inflow from Nickajack. It's got 2 generators running today, and it says Thursday 5 p.m. till today at 1 p.m. And then right below that, the generators outflow going to Wheeler are going to run from midnight yesterday through midnight tonight. And so what's normally coming in at Guntersville is going back out at the same time. They're not really holding too much, and they're not sending dramatically more. And so through the deep dive app, you can keep an eye on water clarity like we showed yesterday, wind direction, that kind of impacts sometimes the strength of the flow, but the actual generator flow, pretty consistent and pretty normal, but for the winter, it's a little bit more than it's been because they hadn't had a bunch of rain, has been mild. They haven't really moved a lot of water, so it's more than it's been lately, but overall it's nothing more dramatic than they're used to.
Yeah, I was on the water Tuesday, and knowing like Guntersville through the years like I have, it caught my eye that the water had dropped a dramatic amount for Lake Guntersville this time.
Which is 1.5 feet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it had done that in a short period of time.
Robert said somebody's out there catching them. It is Hank Cherry, 17 pounds, 5 ounces.
What? Wow,
He's got a 412, a 4.0, another one near 4, a couple 2-pounders. He was 64th with 16.3. He's already surpassed that weight today.
I could have told you that. You pick out one of the 6 that were on day 1 that didn't have the most stellar
day 2.
You know they're going to do it.
And Brandon Polnick has just taken over the lead. He's filled his limit, about 15 pounds.
Let's get it up to Brian Schmidt.
All right, guys, we're up here at the crime scene, and not really much to speak of yet. We got one keeper. It's just a little one. We just caught another one that was a hair short, but you know what I've noticed this morning, obviously it's a lot calmer where I'm at. There's no breeze, and it actually feels like the current's a lot lighter than it was yesterday. So not a lot of bites, but what I'm doing, guys, I'm keying on this river edge, and it's just a narrow strip of grass. It's not endless amount of flats. You know, I love fishing grass, but it was difficult for me to find a school down lake, or an area to feel comfortable at. So this kind of pinpoints them a little bit. There's a little more current up here than down lake, and it just seems like I could call my shots a little better, but still not a lot of bites to be had even yesterday with that big bag. So just stay with us. We're gonna key on a couple, I say a couple, probably about a dozen or so little zones up here, and hopefully we'll wrap around a few nice fish for you. And I don't know, yet to be determined what we really have here. Yesterday was special, but I just feel like there's no way I caught them all. I'm in 16 foot, it's 40 foot right over here. I could cast to the bank, and in 2 cranks I could go from 2 foot to 8 foot. I just feel it provides these fish, they could go shallow, deep real quick. And I'm keying, near the mouths of stuff, kind of like lead in, where they're gonna go. So it makes sense in my head. Hopefully the fish think so too. But I think more than anything, we're battling a little bit of calm conditions and less current than we had yesterday so far.
Certainly was more wind yesterday. It's hooked up. Here we go.
Little.
24.5 yesterday was special though. Looks different though.
A couple bites on the Roku though. It's good to see.
Great job of breaking down exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it. You can tell he's in a different section of Lake Guntersville than anyone we've had a camera with. He said he never saw another tournament boat yesterday, which worked out great for him. But because he's in a different area, you can tell the conditions are different there, and the water is clear where he's at, and you combine that with lower current and almost no wind, it's going to be tough to get those bigger fish to bite. The wind's supposed to pick up today. Hopefully it picks up where he's at.
Okay.
I didn't catch any fish that size in practice or yesterday. Like, not that I've caught a lot, but that's 2 quick bites, but not the right size. But dude, I gotta feel like as long as you're getting bit, you can't control what bites you. You just want to get bites.
Time will tell. We got a camera with him all day, but I think we're going to have to see some ripple on the water if we're going to see Brian catch anywhere near what he caught yesterday. And you ask yourself, well, the water temperature is 40 degrees, but wind still makes a big, big difference in being able to trick those fish, get those fish to bite, and the sunlight penetrating that water.
We talked to our colleague Mark Zona on the phone yesterday during the tournament, talking about how clear Guntersville seems, and Ronnie backed it up with some of the figures from the app, and it really is. You gotta fool them, and it's harder when it's like that. Good stuff. Brandon Polinick now moved up to the top of the leaderboard with Hank Cherry. Yeah, we got some veterans on top at Lake Guntersville.
Man, these fish are actually, it's surprising me how shallow they are. It's reminding me a lot of fishing Kentucky Lake. I haven't spent really any time up here this early. I'm usually here, in the summer or after the spawn whenever they're going offshore, but current definitely plays a role here. The grass is kind of an X factor. You can, even though they're pulling water, I think if you find an area with fish in it in the grass, you don't really have to worry about that current. Yeah, just, typical winter stuff, trapping, jerkbait, and all that jazz.
Pat Robertson giving us his angle on Guntersville, one of many angles that have contributed to his success this week. He's, again, trying to turn it around from a less than optimal season for him last year. If I heard it right, I heard him tell someone he thought he cared too much last year. He's been a little more freewheeling.
He was breaking the bait selection down right there, making it simple, not care as much as he said trap and jerk bait and all that jazz.
Let it happen.
Let it eat.
Let it eat.
Had a good day doing it yesterday. Stick with it.
You start to have some moments in your season that affect every decision after that. We always talk about that. Well, what if you would have caught him better today? Well, your decisions tomorrow would be different. The Pasquotank River, him making a long run, the waves being so treacherous, and him not making it back one of those days and getting a zero. From that third event of the season on, it completely changed the swing, and then you start missing, striking out more, and it rolled there until St. Clair.
I made one pass through a stretch I started on. I had 4 bites, only caught 2. I didn't lose it, really. Kind of like yesterday when the rod goes to load up, it just kind of gives right back in, A lot of that has to do with the temperature, the water temp, and, the 2 I caught just absolutely choked it. They couldn't have ate it any better, but I'd like to catch one more big one before I left this stretch. Now, yesterday I only caught 2 here, but they were both 5-pounders. So it's got good ones, and that's what makes it frustrating when, one don't hook up is, chances are it was a good one. So we're off to an okay start. 2 fish early, and, my deal, I just feel like as the day goes, the bite's just going to get better and better. So we just got to continue to get bites, and I feel confident in what I'm doing that, I'm going to run into some big ones or, catch big ones when I catch them. So got a little more company today, but that's part of fishing the Elite Series. But main thing is you got to be patient. Like, as cold as the water is, you can't get in a hurry. You can't speed up. You just got to be slow and steady and be patient. And I'm not good at any of those things. I'm not good at being patient. I'm not good at fishing slow, but we're going to make it work.
Got a nominee for Mercury Move of the Day. Hank Cherry with 18-14 has come from 64th to take the lead.
That's a move.
Well, obviously he won the Bassmaster Classic here. He's, considered a great fisherman here, but through the years, Hank Cherry has always found a way, different time, summertime, fall, pre-spawn, other than the Classic. Obviously, he won the Bassmaster Classic, like I said, but he catches them, and he usually doesn't go very far. He kind of stays in the lower 2/3 of the lake, not all the way down, not up, but he finds a way to make it work.
want to show you this. We got a new sort of feature here in our arsenal of Bassmaster Live.
He did it.
Bonus coverage.
He did
cameras.
it. It's not big, but he did it.
Individual anglers' boats. These are unmanned cameras, but you can follow these anglers if you go to Bassmaster.com and get on that feed.
He's 15.
If you want to watch them, they're doing it all day long.
They've got individual angler feeds that stream for Kyle Patrick, Chris Zaldane, Logan Parks, and then we have a camera out there with Wesley Gore as well. And so, like you said, go to their angler bios on Bassmaster.com and you can watch their specific stream. You can also check out the Bassmaster YouTube where they funnel through those 4 individual streams, 2 boxes, quad boxes, single boxes. This
is good for our sport. Being able to watch more anglers and follow the angler if you choose just to watch one angler, it's great.
And big kudos to the 3 who are running their own setups.
Yeah.
They did it well last year and cooperating this year to joint effort with our media package, our rights deals, things like that.
It's going to pay off dividends for us Bassmaster Live watchers. We're going to see some extra stuff we never would have thought we'd seen before.
And it didn't happen yesterday, but there will be multiple times this season we will see some stuff that we wouldn't have seen that we're going to be very happy that we saw, like somebody that makes a big move, catches a 10-pounder or what have you.
And the opportunity to be covered every day. If you're running your own deal and we have access to it, you now have every single day you're live, we have the chance to highlight it on the show, which is very cool. Because that's all anglers are really pitched to sponsors. What they want is the opportunity to be covered live or see that.
I was going to say, wearing my angler hat, that's just a way that you can prove to your sponsors, hey, I'm doing all I can do to get your products on camera more, on TV more, and more exposure. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah. And we can see if Kyle Patrick falls in again.
Well, hopefully not for months. We need to.
Yeah, not this week. Hopefully.
Yeah. No.
Quick story on that. Z and I were filming on Lake Guntersville. Very similar conditions. The backs of the same areas were frozen over many years ago, but it was a Zona show. And we had some buddies that were following, just wanting to see us film the Zona show and catch it. And one of the spectators fell in.
Oof.
And it was 3 in the boat. They were just watching, not fishing.
No, they were rough.
It took both of, I don't know what caused, but he
tripped over something.
Stepped on the edge, I think, and maybe it was ice. I'll never forget, he said, had they not both been in that boat and been able to drag me in, I would have drowned. I would have died of hypothermia.
Oh, all of the...
He had a preserver on. He's like, physically, when I hit that water at 37, 38 degrees, I knew I needed help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reminds me of David Walker saving that guy at Hartwell practice way back, the Classic. The man was 300 pounds he got in the boat. His boat sank, hanging on to life preservers.
Yeah, we're up.
Had 4 layers of clothes on, all that stuff too. Boots.
It's definitely a lot less busy on the lake, which is nice. You can find some spots to yourself, but it's the competition's a lot harder. But I still like to do the opens with some of my friends, not just for fun, but just for something to do to keep busy. But I'm definitely happy I don't have to try and qualify for the elites for the opens again. It was a long and stressful and expensive process.
Haven't come. Spent some time on top of the leaderboard. Starting early today. Took over the lead. Short order right after takeoff. Brock Mosley. Rock with 2 fish, good one in there. One of them. The Rant's bird's eye view. Getting some good bird's eye views this week. The clear water, and when we get some sunshine, get the right angle, we see a lot.
Yeah. One thing I noticed looking at that, there's not a cloud in the sky with that bird's eye view from Lawrence. Yesterday morning, there was not any blue in the sky.
No.
That's why it stayed so cold so long.
Davey, your wind is going to start picking up real soon here.
Yeah, yesterday I moved back up like this. Control motor kind of flew through it, and then as soon as I turned around, started coming back this way, I caught a 5-pounder.
Boats around, Brock making a little more company than he had yesterday. I think I heard him say. But it's not many for Lake Guntersville.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, this place gets hammered every day.
Every day. A lot of boat ramps around this lake, and you don't go to many that the parking lot's not half or 3/4 full.
They're not mostly tourists either. These are some hammers, some local hammers all over this thing.
It's such a great fishing community. I honestly don't know, and there's a lot of great fishing communities. I've got a place at Santee Cooper Lake, said that's a great fishing community. But when I got into Guntersville early in the week, gosh, it's growing and growing, and it all evolves around largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass fishing on Lake Guntersville. It's like 90% of that community,
Really?
I think, is all there connected to this fishery. From the hotels to the restaurants. I'm not just saying the people that live there, but the business. What makes that whole community thrive is the fishing there on that lake.
If you pull into town and they've got a lot of boat ramps and good biscuit places, man, it's a fishing town, because that's the 2 things that you need.
Boat storage facilities.
Not just any biscuit either. A fried bologna biscuit, tenderloin and egg and cheese biscuit. I mean, they got some stuff.
You put mustard on your bologna biscuit?
Putting a hurt on me here.
No.
No mustard?
No mustard.
Hank Cherry culled, got rid of his last fish under 3 pounds. He's up to 19.6. Andrew Loberg in our top 10 with 4 fish. Last one was a 5.4. He's coming from 82nd.
Yeah, he needed it. He's one of the Alabama guys that was struggling yesterday.
Yeah. Correction, Ronnie. If I have no egg with a bologna biscuit, then yeah. But for some reason, I put an egg on there. The mustard doesn't.
Yeah, you kind of got the same consistency either way.
How about our Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race, Nick Trim? The man on top there, Matt Messer, Fisher Anaya, Peg South, Caleb Hudson, Tristan McCormick, and all the rest. 10 new ones from the EQs this year, and some others as well. Bassmaster Elite Series for 2026. We are underway. This is day 2 at our first stop of the year, and what a stop, Lake Guntersville for the FXR Bassmaster Elite. And oh man, we got lots of activity on our leaderboard. Take a look at the way that it looks now. Hank Cherry on top, champion here. First of 2 classics in a row that he won starting in 2020. Brandon Polinick, great veteran, the prodigy himself. Taku Ito, Jeff Gustafson, another classic champ. Stetson Blaylock, got a lot of experience here. A lot of people picking him to do well in the fantasy boards.
He's a good February to April angler. Before the spawn, cold water, and right into the spawn, he's had a lot of good success here, including the Classic in 2020. He was in the mix.
Good day for Matt Robertson yesterday, day 1.
Don't even think he'll keep. What's with the little guys? Little fish need to eat too, though, Matt. But not today. Not even close to being a keeper.
Got to be 15 inches long. Like
Large
bass varieties, yeah.
Yep.
They'll barely
Largemouth,
keep.
smallmouth, that's fine.
Little tiny guy. Barely though.
Yeah, there was a time, I'm pretty sure, when it was 14 for largemouth, 18 for smallmouth, and 12 for spotted bass there on Guntersville.
Is it still that way at Fort Loudon? Tellico, that's going to make a difference.
No, they changed. It's smaller now.
Smaller for smallmouth.
Yes.
So
I think it's
that's going to
15.
change.
a
It's gonna make it
smallmouth
little
limit
bit
does
more
not mean
easier.
you're going to be on top
Correct.
necessarily. Okay,
Yes.
all right. That's,
Or that it's going to be a do or die. Like you catch 5 that aren't keepers, you're going to catch more keepers.
that changes the dynamic.
First hookup for
Definitely going to
leader.
change the classic.
Yeah. Corey Johnston,
Been waiting on this.
eager to start the day. Yeah, things have been slow. Not doing a lot of business so far today, but seems like a good one.
Not big. 6 cents snot. Number 1. Yeah, like he was supposed to. BKK hooks are sticky. Start her off, 3-pounder. Take that. Probably should have started here. I think where we started's an afternoon spot. Had one hit it pretty good in that other spot and never get it. This is where I started yesterday morning and I had paid pretty quick, so hopefully there's a few more.
8th year on the Elite Series for Corey. Sure has gone by fast. He's done a lot. He's 77 tournaments and 28 top 10s. That's pretty strong.
He had fallen to 31st with 0 fish until that fish right there and gets him right up near the top 20 again.
A lot slower start than he expected. He mentioned a little bit there. I'm going to dive into it a little more because I talked to him last night. Where he started yesterday, he caught several fish and then caught one about every hour for most of the day. But then late in the day, he hit a group of fish and some good ones. And I asked him, were you going to start where you started, and same routine or not? But then he just mentioned there, he started where he finished yesterday. And I asked him, I said, you think it was the time of day or you just found a really good spot? He said, I'm not sure, but I think I found a good spot. Evidently not. So he did not have any success there starting there this morning, but I'm sure he'll be there in the afternoon and maybe reproduce what happened yesterday.
Hooked up again. Acting like a big one.
There we go.
Better, maybe.
A little bit better. Good.
Just a
new 6 cents jigsaw, baby. Jigsaw trailer.
And if you remember, Tommy, I mean, right there, all over it, we saw Cooper Galan. Just even the angle, the distance from the power line, like it's. You had guys right here near the leader, and if you came early and didn't catch them and left, it could be midday. You leave for an hour, you miss them by 40 feet, and you don't get the flurry fired up, but you're just right there.
Coop caught him steady, but he just couldn't get anything over 2.5 pounds.
3-pounder, yeah.
As for that other spot, I think I believe the time of day argument on that one because it lit up right around 1:45, 2 o'clock.
And that's the thing, you just don't know because when you find those fish in practice, it could be at a different time of day. You catch one and you leave. So you just go with your instinct, but it appears it is a time of day.
Looks like it.
Still looking for fish number 1. They're not where they were yesterday. We've had 2 bites. Both popped it really good, but just didn't get a hook in them somehow. It still blows me away how they can hit this thing so hard and not get a hook. Still just covering that grass edge. I'm seeing them down there, seeing them on the side imaging, seeing them on 2D. I'm just not sure what the adjustment I need to make right now is. Still, even compared to yesterday, I wasn't even in here yet, so we're not worried yet. I think it's just still trying to figure out where they move to. Finally got some nice weather, and I feel like these fish are going to start moving up a little bit shallower. Maybe moving away from the edge where I was catching them yesterday. So we'll keep an open mind with it. Just keep covering water. Hopefully we can run into a group or two. But I think we're going to live or die in here. I don't really have much else to go on. I got a few things we could try maybe later in the afternoon, but this is where a majority of my weight came from yesterday, so I know they're in here. I'm not that good of a fisherman. I couldn't have caught them all. We just got to keep winding. Hopefully we can get it in front of a couple. Get this wind blowing a little bit too. Might help the lipless bite. I don't love a lipless bite when it's flat, calm, and sunny. Especially this water's pretty clear too. Throwing this bright chrome thing down there and flat, calm, and sunny is not ideal. So maybe this little bit of breeze will help fire them up a little bit.
To continue with the time of day that we were talking about.
Can't say I'm surprised. I knew it'd be a little bit tougher today. For me at least. I'm sure other guys are catching them, but it was just a slow and steady thing yesterday. Once that sun got up and they got kind of ready to bite. One here, one there. Probably caught one every, I don't know, 45 minutes or so on average. So we got plenty of time to make this happen. Just got to keep putting the bait in the productive zone, wherever that is. Try not to kill Jake. Snapping it out of the grass. Off of there.
Bryant started on the main lake yesterday, moved into this area. It's off the main lake. Won't dial into it too much, it's just A2. But said he had his first bite at 9:30. It's only 8:45 local time there, so
yeah,
could be a time of day thing where he's at.
Right there, just sitting on top of the grass.
Brian Smith waiting him out there, looks like. Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series back for another big year. Hit the QR code and find out about it. The tournament that you can register for right now if you'd like to try to get into it. Start that process is April 18th and 19th down in North Louisiana, Caddo Lake and Lake Bistineau. Not too far from Shreveport. It's going to be a big one there, and the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series pushes on into 2026, presented by Native Watercraft. So check it out. Register today. The FXR Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. Sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. Footage started, I think that was shot right before the tournament got underway right here.
Yes,
but
early in
yeah, that's what we're in the wake of right now. The Arctic hammer came down about a couple of weeks ago in this part of the country and still reeling. I'm sure you got a lot of snow out where you're from, Davey, this past week, didn't you?
I think the most in about 12 or 13 years, about 14
Real.
or 15 since the last time we had about that 6 inches of snow. It was beautiful, only lasted a couple of days. Unlike Little Rock, man, it's still everywhere.
Came down, started 2 weeks ago today, and it's still out there.
Well, there is
Brian
one.
Smith now hooked up.
Brian Smith.
Hooked in the top of the head. What the heck's up with that? We were choking it yesterday. Oh, yeah. Well, he ain't huge, but he's number one. Same deal. Just winding it down that grass edge. That one was on a little bit more of a point though, so maybe this little bit warmer weather's got them slid up a little bit. 2-pounder. Hey, I'll take it. We'll take it for now. We don't want to be greedy. Number 1.
Andrew Lober just filled his limit. He's got 19.15, the biggest bag of the day, from 82nd to 3rd place.
I think it's work for him today. Can't ever just show up and catch them. Always got to work for them. Same deal though, 3/4 ounce lipless. Just slow winded it on that grass edge and just popped it out of one little clump. He went thump. We reeled him on in.
I know it's a lipless deal, but yesterday,
Slow and steady, that's all it's been.
we had more fish caught everywhere on their
Love to find a
bodies,
group,
you know,
but-
and it's a cold weather thing too.
Yeah.
I'm sure too.
Yeah.
They're not quite tuned into
guess
how
it's
to
cold weather.
do their grabbing.
Yeah, they go to make a move and they don't quite make the move they were expected to because their body is the same temperature as the water at 30 degrees.
They haven't stretched yet.
Yeah. But you're right, absolutely right. I think
So that was a small sample, but boy, more fish than I'd ever seen caught that way yesterday. And that's all legal. We're not in a spawning situation or anything like that.
And we're not using forward-facing sonar, so they're not seeing them and then doing.
Now that's the first time we've mentioned that. That seemed to go over pretty good. Everybody seemed to make peace with that. And a few guys said, "Gosh, sometimes I wish I could just turn it out to the, into the deeper water and see what's out there." But they said,
So
generally-
traveling yesterday, I tried to listen to you guys as much as I could. So there were times where I listened to you, for a good bit and then skipping. So I didn't listen to it all, but it's interesting to hear you say that because I thought yesterday, here's the first elite event in how many years where we haven't had that on the boats, and it's gotten more and more and bigger, obviously, but very little talk about it.
No, everybody seems to be.
Nothing,
Those who did seem to say, yeah, it was interesting. It was cool.
It can happen fast too. You can catch, it's nothing, and then catch 3 in 100 yards. Like yesterday when I moved to another, I had 2, and in the first 100 yards, I catch 2 more big ones. It's just. I'm still here because I know what's here. I caught the only 2 I put in the boat from here yesterday were 2 5-pounders, and then, one almost 5 this morning. And getting bit. I hadn't had a bite.
There's a live shot of Corey Johnston. Got a few followers. Started the day with the lead. Of course, you will have some followers if you do that. Took him a long time to get on the board, though. Starting to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier, if you're just joining us, Corey did kind of change his rotation up this morning. He started where he finished and thought it was going to be a good move and was not a good move. And now he's back in the area where he started. He caught that one keeper and then another, and then things have slowed back down. So I'm surprised to not see any more boats around where he's at right now.
Tristan McCormick knocked Corey out of the top 10. He's got 14.5 today. It's his birthday. Turned 28 today. Happy birthday, Tristan.
Tristan made that final push through there. He's been trying for a long time.
He has.
He's done well in so many formats, but just not enough to get in the Elite Series. Did it this year, so Good on him.
After I said it / did it, I thought, I hope he didn't tape that wrong, but I saw him at the preseason meeting there on Wednesday, and I said, good to see you here at the meeting. Good to see you here. You're just a couple years late, and I meant it in a positive way, and I actually gave him a hug, but I hope he didn't take that as, a negative. I meant it in a positive way.
Knowing Tristan, he probably responded with, yeah, about time, because that's
a good fisherman.
When you get so much success early and you see the young trend, it doesn't happen like that for everyone. But the way John Garrett, Tristan McCormick, these guys that all fish so well in high school and college around such quality competition, they had those high points in the opens but couldn't put it together all year. By the time they do, they're still in their 20s and they made the elites. They are leaps and bounds ready to make an impact immediately.
They're rookies
they're the college basketball senior that goes and gets drafted ready to perform now, not the 18 potential that maybe in 2 or 3 years they're ready to produce.
Yeah, I expect a lot of good things from Tristan, no doubt. But you're right, he's been a good enough fisherman to be there for
and
a number
faced
of
enough
years.
adversity that you're going to face plenty of that on the elites.
Yeah. It's a great look there. Overhead, you can see that vegetation and the way there's clumps. It's not a solid mat, and he's not out where it's totally clean. There's a mixture of hard bottom and vegetation right there where Corey's fishing.
Heard multiple guys say yesterday, I got a bald spot up here. I'm working my way toward, holes in that.
Yep.
That grass. Well, the top 10 is moving and shaking this morning. Oh, man. Lots of turnover.
I think we'll see some settle down in the afternoon, but a little surprising to see it shaking and moving that much this morning to me.
Seth Fighter sneaking up in there.
Yeah.
Just under the top 5.
That's in Blaylock up in the top 10. Fothergill, Easton Fothergill's in there. David, we had a little lull yesterday. There was some times when otherwise Bass Track was popping. About coming up to that lull.
I was going to say, it was probably about this time, wasn't it, Such?
Corey Johnson dealing with his own lull here after a fantastic day number 1. He's got plenty of time to put it back on track.
Really surprised to see Corey Johnson having basically the whole end of that bar to himself in February in Lake Guntersville.
Well, right now it's about the time we are about to wrap up our coverage on Roku Sports. We certainly appreciate all you folks being with us for that. And of course, we continue with our Bassmaster live presentation on Bassmaster.com.
I've been to Guntersville a lot. Don't have a whole lot of success on Guntersville, but I've always enjoyed coming here. And this year, you know, we get here and practice, and it's been, you know, after a week behind an ice storm, and it's just been frigid temperatures for about 2 weeks now, and the water temps have dropped down into the 30s. I've never seen it that low here, but these fish have been in it for 2 weeks. They're kind of used to it. You know, you kind of really have to slow down and give them the presentation they want. The fish are still here. They've been in this weather for 2 weeks. They need to eat to stay warm like anything else. It's all about mindset, having the right mindset. Hey, it's not going to be fast and furious. It's going to be one of those grinders. Just trying to put 7, 8 fish in the boat a day and hoping you catch 5 of the right ones.
Brock Mosley. Past success has eluded him, he said, but I don't think he's done that terribly here. But doing very well this week so far. We're not even halfway through day number 2 at this point. There's a lot more to unfold, to unpack as we have a great week on one of the great fisheries in all the world, Lake Guntersville. Let's get back out to Corey Johnson, our leader after day 1, 24 pounds and 9 ounces.
Tommy, we talked about this yesterday. I mean, we mentioned the buzzwords, Miracle Mile, places like that, places that really work well in the cold water and in the fall. When it gets topped out grass, you can really see it on that main drag, and you see some of the dead grass up at the top, or at least some grass that's getting knocked back. And this is to kind of explain a little bit with Lowrance Sea Maps to see this is the main channel. You know, the dark or the light blue, the dark blue, that's the main deep channel. And so when the guys are talking about fishing off of the main current, that's where the main current is flowing down Guntersville. But then you've got the high spots like this red and orange that I'm circling here. That general region is where you're going to see that topped out grass or the visible grass for these anglers. And one thing that they have is they have multiple levels of this. You've got the main one right between the main current break and the secondary channel. You've got another one on the back side closer to the bank to the east that also is a higher spot that may have grass up on it. And then you see the secondary channel that we talk about, another little back channel. So you've got plenty of little ditches that go back into all of these high spots where these anglers can get on top and these fish can get out of the current but have vegetation. And so when you see all these little channels that funnel back, you've even got even shallower areas as you get closer to the bank and other mouths of pockets. All those shallow high spots have the vegetation, provides places for those fish to pull up, and it's a Miracle Mile. Davey, it's probably 2.5 to 3 miles of stretch that these anglers can get on, and every day it could be a different portion that is really good, or one day it could be a lipless, one day it could be a bladed jig. It depends on how deep or how shallow you fish it.
It's a good look at, from bank to bank, if you're just looking at Lake Guntersville, not looking with the map there, Ronnie, or your Lake Master map or anything like that. Most fisheries and most rivers, from bank to bank, if you've got 25% of good shallow water habitat, that's pretty good. And that view that you just showed, you can see it's 80% shallow water habitat, and that's what makes this place so great.
Corey Johnson fell out of the top 10.
Back down a sweet
Pretty
spot.
quickly.
See if we can't get another one here.
Looking to work his way back in.
And the farther you get, into the season, May, June, you have topped out grass. We think about the Jamie Hartman, Caleb Kufall, and what the Miracle Mile stretch. Caleb did a lot of work near Goose Pond. When you get up to those big bridges, it really starts to be more fishable water. Like it gets even shallower on that east side of this area, and you still have that main river portion of current that is helpful in the summer.
So Corey and Bryant, first and second. Talked to them both last night. Corey said, got about 10, 12 bites, kind of what I expected after practice. You know, caught one or two better ones than maybe I thought I would, but kind of the day I hoped, the amount of bites, that sort of thing. Bryant said, greatly exceeded my expectations. Didn't get a bite till 9:30, just got in the area and made it happen. All that being said, I know Corey well enough to know right now he is not happy.
Oh, no. It's not getting
He is way behind schedule.
No positive feedback today.
This is not what he expected. And the conditions are good, on paper anyway. Just enough wind, not a lot of people around his areas.
Pat Schlopper just filled his limit with a 6-pounder. From 79th, he's up to 14th. He's got 16 and a half.
Pat Schlopper carrying a lot of momentum from the 2025 season in here. 2 wins, his first 2 wins. And a single. We had some bonus coverage just a few minutes ago. We got some more coming at you right now.
Some birds diving on the main river bar yesterday.
Logan Parks.
There's one. He's little. He might be a keeper though. I hope those poles hold us. We got the skunkus out of the boatus. I don't even know what I was saying. Some dumb shit. We got one.
Brody was saying that I think we turned the voice isolation on your mic. Is the receiver plugged to the is it plugged into the Mac through a USB-C?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We got one. We're not gonna zero. At 233. 2 pounds.
And 4 ounces. That was the most media tech
That is like covered 9 ways from Sunday.
Did you see that? He was like, your plug to the receiver and the USB-C and the connection for the Wi-Fi Roku route.
He's probably got a button for some heads-up glasses that Logan's wearing.
We've isolated your voice.
Picture. Oh man, yeah. Of course, you can check that out. That's coverage all day long. It's our bonus coverage cameras. They're special cameras, so check it out at Bassmaster.com.
Yeah, it's blowing more against the current today than it was yesterday morning when I caught most of my fish. I think the fish are still sitting down there. They just aren't wanting to bite. They're sort of just roaming around, I think, more today. Still caught a few, lost a couple. A lot of them are just sort of swiping at it, so they're not getting the hooks very well. But we still got a long day. We'll figure them out. I have a couple spots I didn't even go to yesterday that I'm gonna try and fish today, and hopefully run into a couple good ones. I'd like to get rid of all the ones we have in the well, but definitely 2 or 3 of them need to go for sure.
See Caleb Kufal sneaking into 3rd place there. Just got a couple 3 pluses. He's on 4 fish. He started the day 11th.
I hope I didn't jinx it. I said this morning I had a gut feeling, and he did. He actually, after I said that, took the lead unofficially on Bass Track, but maybe it took that long to get my vibes out there to him and jinx him. I hope that's
cold
not
weather,
the
the vibes travel so much, more slowly. The air's thicker.
That's a crow flies. How far is it from Little Rock to Scottsboro, Alabama?
I don't know. Probably about a 6-hour trip, wouldn't you say?
I think it's 6.
Yeah. Well, things are moving. That leaderboard has been turning over and changing character with every passing half hour. There's no telling who all is going to be inhabiting the top 10 the next time we check in on it, but that's going to be really soon. Into our third hour of fishing here at the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville in Scottsboro, Alabama, our fantastic host city. Have had such great experiences here and made a lot of Bassmaster history on this water in this part of the country right there. Hank Cherry, who's a big part of Guntersville history, that's for sure. Classic champ here. On top of our leaderboard, Jeff Gustafson won a few ponds up the river there. His classic a few years ago. Caleb Kufall, another winner here. Man, we have got the Guntersville royalty.
I was going to say, in general, everyone on here is a classic champ or an elite winner except for Andrew Loberg, and he was only an ounce from doing that last year at 10 Killer's rookie year.
He only lives there and guides there. I mean,
exactly.
It's a total fluke that he's catching them.
That's impressive. I mean, that's some people that have history with Guntersville doing well here. Doesn't surprise you in any way at all, but great to have. Speaking of Scottsboro, let's take ourselves to Scottsboro, because that's where we meet up with our pal Dave Mercer. Looking forward to the weigh-in he'll be hosting later on today. Enjoyed the weigh-in yesterday. You guys settled into it, but you were kind of hoping for some hot chocolate at the end of it. I think it's going to be a little warmer today.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a little warmer today. The sun is out now, and this is our bit of a reprieve. I mean, and it's supposed to get cold again tomorrow, but we anglers dealing with cold here. Not sure if you guys saw it, but Tucker Smith this morning, we talked about it yesterday on this very segment about how we'll see anglers with compartments frozen. Tucker Smith went to check his live wells this morning, go through live well check, and guess what? He couldn't because they were locked shut. Luckily, it happened here at the dock, and there was a whole crew of people working to try and help him get that open. But that's how cold it is. And when Tucker was about to leave, he was about to shut the lids on his live one. I'm like, whoa, Tucker, don't do that. Put a rope or something in between there, because now you guys have soaked it with water and it'll freeze even quicker. But that's how cold it is that anglers are dealing with that. And we heard stories about that from a bunch of anglers on the water with things locking up and freezing up. But today is our reprieve. The sun is shining and it's supposed to be balmy, downright balmy for weigh-in this afternoon.
So, Dave, it's definitely cold there. I was glad to see you there yesterday morning. You had on more clothes than me because you're smarter than me, I guess. That's a no-brainer. But I wanted to ask you, I go to Guntersville every year. I don't remember a year in, gosh, probably 15 years since I haven't been there at least once or twice a year. I think it's 2021 since we had an Elite Series tournament there. Tell us about how different and how the fishing community has grown from the last time you were there until you rolled back into Scottsboro, Alabama this year.
It's just one of those amazing communities, Davey. And you look at Fork, Guntersville, places like this. This lake is why this community exists. I mean, look at just how many professional anglers, not just the ones that live here, but the amount of them that have moved here. You mentioned Andrew Loberg. I mean, moved all the way from the West Coast to here. So many pros live. I would probably say there's more professional anglers that live on Guntersville than any other body of water we go to. But this community has been built on fishing, and you've just seen it grow. You've seen at one time it was just Guntersville where you saw everybody. Now you got Scottsboro, and it's just the whole way around the lake. As close as you can get to that lake, it just continues to grow and blossom, and we're seeing why. I mean, you got to check this out. I think it just went up on social media. One of the real amazing things that's happening here and that we saw yesterday, Greg Hackney made an incredible video this morning where he talked about the Elite Series and the competition that we're seeing and what he experienced yesterday. And to see a guy like Hackney, who, let's be honest, has seen everything, has literally won everything there is to win in the sport with the exception of the Bassmaster Classic, and he's working on making that happen. But he's done everything in this sport, and he said yesterday was the toughest conditions he's ever competed in. He said it was also a huge test for the Elite Series. He said with no forward-facing sonar, a lot of people were expecting to see a big hiccup. He was literally gobsmacked that he was in 48th place with 18 pounds. And he said, by far, this is the toughest competition he has ever competed against. To be sitting in 48th place with 18 pounds had him absolutely mind-blowing. And remember, that's in the worst conditions he's ever competed in. So why is this community growing? Why are we seeing so much? Because of that very reason right there. If that's how they bite on a tough day, just imagine how this place is when it's firing.
Hey, Dave, have you seen anything interesting out on... I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you, Dave. I do have a question bait-wise. We're seeing a lot of anglers on the main drag at Guntersville. We're not seeing many jump into the creek mouths yet. The bridges have not been a factor. With the warm-up today, weather-wise, do you feel that Saturday or maybe by Sunday we'll start to see some of these areas change, or will it be a main drag, Miracle Mile, main lake deal all week for Guntersville?
Well, here's what's interesting, Ronnie. I think you're making a great point, and I think that you will see them not by the weekend. I think by this afternoon you're going to see them. It can happen very, very quick here. It's starting to warm up. And remember, just a few days ago, those areas you're talking about, they were literally frozen. But it can happen quick. I think we're going to see it happen. Here's another interesting point, because I know Such loves the interesting stuff. You saw a lot of northern anglers, a lot of Canadian anglers catch them yesterday, and a lot of people say right away, well, that's because of the cold. I think it's totally different. I think what you're seeing, it's grass. I mean, before I did this job, to be honest, you grow up where you grow up and you're exposed to what you're exposed to. And you kind of take things for granted. That's just human nature. I didn't realize how versatile Canada is until I went to places like Oklahoma and realized, hey, they don't have any grass lakes here. There's a ton of grass lakes in the north, and I think that's why you're seeing so many northern guys catch them here, not just because of the cold, but because they're very, very good grass anglers. But I think you're right. They will move in tighter as the tournament goes on, and we will see it. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we will see it happen this afternoon before weigh-in.
Dave Mercer, thank you so much for those insights. We know that you and Kyle and others will have something great for us coming up in just over half an hour. Also a great weigh-in on the way at 3 p.m. from Scottsboro, right here on Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer getting things, boots on the ground. We always get good stuff from him, some good intel. And that was
first person that he got to weigh in yesterday was Corey Johnston, and it was the day one leader. So no fireworks necessarily to take the lead after that, but starting the year off with a bang. First person, 24.5 pounds, boom shakalaka, let's get the weigh-in started, right, Davey?
That's right, just pour it on. Got a Brock Mosley, started in the top 10 today. It was a big day yesterday.
It's kind of on par as from yesterday. You can go without nothing for a long time, and then all of a sudden just bam, bam, bam. I may have waited a little too long to come hit this stretch because of the wind, but we'll see. I hadn't made it to the sweet spot yet. I fished this ledge for miles the third morning of practice, nothing, and got through here and caught 3 in 100 yards. It's just the way this bite is right now. 2 of mine yesterday come from here. Taking quality over quantity right now.
Get over to Bryant Smith real quick with you. This was just a few minutes ago.
They want the red. First cast with the red one. Yeah. Looks like a fresh one too. I hope he's long enough. Yeah, he might be. Oh yeah, he's good. Could not get. Well, we just got number 2 in the boat. Still doing the same thing. Switched to a red one actually. Switched to a red-eye shad. And kind of poked our way up shallow into a little pocket. I was catching a few in pockets yesterday, just in the shallower grass, the flatter stuff. Kind of same deal where the edge is of the grass, just in a pocket, not on the steeper stuff. And picked up one little one. Still not exactly sure what these fish are doing this morning. Fished a lot of good stuff that I caught them in yesterday, and I figured there would still be a bunch left. But it's still early in the day. I didn't even get into this area till about this time yesterday, so we got a long time. I'm gonna keep mixing it up. Trying to let these fish give me a clue to where they're actually at. So far it's kind of been random. Catch one on a point, one on a steeper grass line. Had about 4 bites, but only got 2 in the boat. But we're gonna work around this point, and then we're gonna go back to the steeper stuff again. Just keep bouncing back and forth between the steeper grass lines and the shallow, flatter pockets. I'm kind of hoping with this warm weather we got, you know, these fish will start moving up a little bit shallower for me and get on tops of stuff instead of staying on the sides. But that's about it for this morning. It's not been eventful, it's been slow, but I'm hoping even every day in practice, the afternoons were better anyway. Once the water warmed up a little bit, fish got to moving around, so we're just gonna keep our head down. Hopefully we can run into a few little wads of them on a grass line and put some big ones in the boat. But it is not exciting fishing. It is slow and steady. Just feeling for that bait to just tick across the top. Tick across the top of the grass, and every once in a while it goes thump and loads up.
Bryant Smith, yeah.
Does a great job.
He really does.
Tell us what he's doing, whether he's catching them or not. We appreciate that, Bryant.
Bryant Smith getting some play in the fantasy world in advance of this tournament here. One of our 3 games I want to remind you about is the Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. You choose 8 anglers for each and every tournament. The only catch is once you choose that angler, once you use that angler, he's off limits to you for the rest of the thing. So you have to think critically and long term. Big day, day number 2. Big moving day today at the Progressive Bassmaster Angler Elite Series, the FXR Pro Fish Elite from Lake Guntersville, Scottsboro, host city. Live coverage presented by Toyota. And we've been seeing a lot of movement. Man, that leaderboard has been shifting around, but for a good hour now, it's been Hank Cherry and Brandon Polinick in the top 5. Jeff Gustafson moved back up in there, spent some time at the top yesterday, as a matter of fact. Caleb Kufall, who won this thing back in 2021. Man, oh man, very interesting leaderboard right there. Taku Ito, Wes Logan, a lot of people picking him for his Alabama expertise. See if he can get it done in the cold part of the year. things to watch here. Let's get down to Evan Kung, starting the day in 4th place.
Decent one. Stay on there. Wanted that one. Way down there. A lot longer than expected, but got number 5.
First fish in almost 2 hours.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a clue. He thinks it's been slow for him.
Yeah.
There's guys that
they'd take his fish count right
now. 0 or 1 in their boats right now. That's his 5th one. He's not as far behind pace as maybe he thinks.
Evan facing downstream. They commented earlier the wind was blowing against the current. Picked up a little bit in the last hour, I think, the speed of the wind.
What's it doing, Such?
Supposed to be climbing. Supposed to get up near 10 miles an hour near noon.
Really?
A little bit more afterward.
How much is that?
Justin Atkins' 5 fish just came in all at once. He's only got about 12 pounds, but he's back in the top 10. I think he started like 17th.
Number 5.
Yeah, that should put me close to the top 50 cut at least. But I need some bigger ones to stay up there.
The sun out and 10-mile-an-hour wind, it'll warm up the surface of the water. Probably get rid of most of the ice back in the backs of those main arms. North and South Salty, the All Reds area.
Caught 2 keepers, one barely measures, may not actually keep. But he touched 15 whenever I stuck him in there. And it seems like the current slowed down some. I feel like that's affecting the fish a little bit. I don't know if it's this, it could be this high bluebird day too, just, I don't know what the deal is. Not the greatest second day of the front. It seems we're at the back end of it. I think you're gonna see tougher days today. Just gonna be grinding them out. But I am happy my buddy Willie and his girlfriend Allison and my wife and little fish man's coming up today. So that'll be the highlight of my week. I ain't seen him in about 3 weeks. So fired up to see them.
Currently 27th place with 27 pounds and 9 ounces as it stands right now. Hank Hackney's the man on the cut line with 22. What do y'all think the cut line's going to be?
Well, I was going to say it's deceiving. Hank Cherry leading with 35 and change. That's barely double the 50 cup from yesterday.
We got a lot more.
Yes.
It's going to change.
And it's a couple big clumps of hydrilla right here. And I've been getting bit here on a lipless, and lost 2 big ones here yesterday. And yeah, so we're just saying if we can't catch something on the edge of it on the jerk bait.
I mentioned earlier, Matt was the only person that I talked to that had bites on 4 or 5 different baits yesterday. Most of the guys saying putting 1 or 2 baits in my hand and just keep working.
They got me a spot up here. I think I can catch a couple keepers, mate. I have to slide up there and try to catch them.
A lipless, a jerk bait, vibrating jig, and a big swim bait. He said he had bites on all 4.
I watched Cooper Gallant a good bit of time yesterday, and he never caught anything big, but he was like, I'm just scared to put down the lipless because I might miss a bite on the lipless. You know, I guess that can play on your mind a little bit. Fear of missing out, I guess. A
little FOMO.
Yeah, FOMO. Corey Johnson hooked up here.
Oh yeah. Well, you want him to eat it though.
Let's head down the lake, get down to Gerald Swindle. Gerald, a lot of great history on Guntersville as well, as you might imagine. Right now, we're going to lean on Gerald to kind of fill us in. Some more stuff on Lake Guntersville on our Minn Kota Day on the Lake.
Hey guys, Gerald Swindle back out on Guntersville, and we're talking about boat maneuverability and where things come into play and what makes a difference. The Minn Kota Quest for me makes a difference because the foot pedal response is super smooth. I'm trying to follow a grass edge. I could be working around a dock. I could be cranking riprap where the boat position is super key, and I don't want a lot of slack. I want to be able to put my foot on the trolling motor and know exactly where the boat's going. You're just running the whole thing subconsciously, but I don't have a big swing in the boat, a lot of play in it like that. If the trolling motor's 2 flops and 2, you're going to have a lot of movement in the boat. You got bad knees, you don't want that. Minn Kota Quest makes it easy for a brother with bad knees. It's pretty steady, pretty responsive, and that's what I need.
Fix our Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, Scottsboro, Alabama, our fantastic host city. Of course, as you saw there, getting ready, fired up for a big classic coming up upriver. Fort Loudon and Tellico, Knoxville, Tennessee, and our well, he's been in and out of our top 10 today. Our reigning world champion, Easton Fothergill. He's looking to go back-to-back here. That's always the plan for a defending champion. Wes Logan on top. And Well, I don't see Easton right now. I guess I need to upgrade my bass track. Mine falls behind sometime. Nick Trim, rookie, doing very well out here this week. Yesterday and today, Kyle Welcher moving up the leaderboard. We didn't see his weight until weigh-in time yesterday. Justin Atkins had a quick start for today. Seth Bider spent some time in 6th place already today. Drew Cook, Paul Marks, first guy to a limit yesterday. Stetson Blaylock in that area. Fisher Anaya, just down the road in Eva, Alabama. Having a good tournament, his very first elite outing. Let's get back down to Brian Schmidt. Brian said, stay with me today. It's going to happen, but I just don't know when.
Hey, got a little wind going on.
Yeah, that's what he was wanting.
Here we go.
I don't know what I got here. Doesn't feel big. It's hanging weird. Because it ain't big. But he keeps. 2-pounder or so. All right. A bite. Mixed stick.
It's starting to pop, Davey. Wes Logan caught 7 pounds the last 20 minutes, took the lead. Jamie Hartman just upgraded with another fish. He's almost to 16 pounds. He took the lead, and now Caleb Kufal filled his limit. He's jumped on top.
Wow. It's starting to happen.
Sure. Still not too great because fish are a lot smaller than they were yesterday. I'm not sure what the big ones are doing. They're hiding from me. But I think once it continues to warm up throughout the day, they'll start moving in. I think I've had a couple bigger ones that have pulled off. They're just not eating it right yet. They're just sort of whacking at it. So we're going to keep out of here. We still got a lot of time to try and upgrade our limit. And I'm happy to have a limit. It started off a little slow. But now it's only up from here. Hopefully make a few big calls and try and stay in the top 10.
What's the big bass today, Suge?
Will Davis has a 6'4".
6'4", okay.
Pat Schlopper has a 6'0". Greg DePalmer's got one fish, it's 5'11".
And Hartman has a 6'2", I guess. Puts him in there also.
That's his latest fish. Yeah, 6'2", gives him 19-14. In fact, that puts him back on top.
So the Hartman-Kufal battle is real.
It is for real.
For T.H. Marine Pick'em, no doubt.
Yeah.
Both previous winners here.
All right.
That's how they were paired together.
Here we go.
Kyle trying to make it hard.
It's a big fish. Stay on. Please, Lord. This ain't no little one. good one. There we go. There we go. A little bit of meat. Little bit of meat. Thank you, baby. Calm my butt down. That's a good fat fish. Let's give you a little weight on him. See what we got going on here. Slow and steady, baby. Three and 3/4. Stick him on this side. Got a little belly on her. Dude, when I first saw it, like it was pulling like a big one, and then when I first saw it, I was like, ah. Little mixed stick on them.
Good keeper for Brian Schmidt. It helps the cause, that third keeper of the day.
Yeah, he doesn't get real excited. We've seen him so many times catching good fish in contention to win events, and he'll say, nice fish.
Nice
but
fish.
You can tell that fish meant a lot to him mentally.
It's going to calm him down, he said. That's he's starting to feel it a little bit, the passing of time here on day number 2.
Yes, absolutely.
You get the job done today.
Yeah, and you get so far away from the rest of the pack, you feel good when everything's happening, but then when it dies,
we finally
you wonder
got
if
a
you should
bite or
make a move.
two. Boy, it's changed now. So look, the wind just started blowing. I'm gonna stay the course, man. Like I just really feel like what I fished today, they just aren't biting. The 3 I've caught all been on the mixed stick, you know, jerking. Never felt the bite, just heavy. So nothing whining around, you know, a couple small ones on the Ruku, but you know, I fished this spot yesterday and didn't catch one. So they're moving around, they're just, I don't know, but we're gonna stay the course. I feel a lot better than I did like 10 minutes ago. So here's the deal, man. There is giants on this river from on this lake, one end to the other. So you gotta always remember that, man. You could run anywhere here and you got a shot at a big one. We just have to collide with a little zone today where they're nibbling, and it's all, buddy, that was a big fish. Just had one right there, and I actually felt him bite. There's something going on right here where I'm fishing. Way out from the grass. Like, that fish is probably sitting over 15 foot of water, but it's an eddy situation, you know, it's not like unheard of, but that's probably why I'm not getting any bites, is because they're out here just a little deeper. You would think, for me, you would think, oh man, it's warming up. It's warming up, but it's not tropical, buddy. The water's still cold, and I think it's high pressure, sunny day. Typically it's not conducive for just whacking them in the grass. You know, yesterday was kind of cloudy, frontal. Today's just high pressure. I could feel it. These fish are just, you know, they're just a little bit whacked out. But I caught 2 right here and just had another bite, so that's a good sign, you know. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Just stay with us. It's gonna be a grind, I think, all day. But hopefully at the end of the day we'll have something to show for it. If I can make that right cast right here, dude. And then once it gets out here, you gotta.
Brian Schmidt will be with you all day. things are looking up a little bit right there. Some meat to add to the limit there, or the projected limit. That's fish number 3 from Brian Schmidt. We go to Bryant Smith. Get another update from him, maybe see what he's got going on. Got a fish going on.
Oh, come in here. Boy, it is slow today. Slow, slow, slow. They're not getting it good either. Yesterday, that freaking bait was down their throat.
What a
Came back to where we started.
Place. No wind at all where Bryant's at.
Finally got one to go. I could see him down there too on the side imaging, the 2D, and they're just not wanting to play ball for some reason, but we will go as slow as we need to get some fish in the box. Hey, we'll take that. We'll take it.
Headed toward midday on day number 2. Very important day. You got to be in the top 50 when it's all said and done. The former champion here, Jamie Hartman, on top, cracking the 40-pound mark, cracking him in a big way. Caleb Kufall, Wes Loken, Hank Cherry, Matt Messer. Coming up next, Dave Mercer, Kyle Jesse, and I think Laker Hal coming back as a guest today for our halftime show.
Interesting.
There's one. One anyway. There he is, big one. Where is it?
There he is. Here.
I was getting race. Hey, bite. There we go. There we go. That's a good fat fish. Got a little belly on her.
Not big. 669. Number 1.
There you go. New 6-cent jigsaw, baby. Well, you want him to eat it, though.
There's one.
There.
Oh. But we'll take
There's one. Wanted that one. Not great. There's one. There's one. Not very big. Wanted that one. Looking for. Oh, good. I haven't caught small ones like that all week, and I caught two today. I haven't seen any, but there probably is on some of the docks and stuff.
Your excursion, $22 at Walmart. Ain't no joke either. That's my jerkbait pole. to get up there in the dirt a little more. I don't freaking know. I feel like we're in the dirt pretty good. Or maybe I just need to throw what I like to throw and say, the hell with it. Let's go.
There you go, big one.
Where is it?
There we go.
I had not big, but I don't know what it is about this trap, but they love this thing. Snatch 70, 6 cents. She's deadly. Man, I think we got a limit, but we're not, we don't have any that we want to weigh in yet. But I mean, the area that I'm in right now, I had a couple big bites in practice. I fished it quick yesterday, never had a bite, but I know they're in here. Just caught a couple 2 and changers, so I don't know, we're gonna keep fishing around here, see what happens. We're gonna spend some time where I started a little later this afternoon, and hopefully those fish pull up. God, how do they not get that? God, I just don't get it. Like, boom, nothing there. Like, I don't know how that happens.
Little bit of meat, little bit of meat. Thank you, babe. Calm my butt down. That's a good fat fish. Let's give you a little weight on him. Let's see what we got. All right, guys, we run up even further up this river. Just lost or had a bite or so, but just trying to run some fresher water to me that I hit in practice. I didn't hit yesterday, and you know, just try to piece it together. Little bit tough. Tough on me so far. I don't know. We're gonna see what we could do right here. I had a couple bites here in practice. Like I said, I didn't fish this yesterday. Perfect spot. I mean, there's nothing for miles, and you got a backwater. It's pretty shallow, but I would bet some fish go in it.
Yeah,
I'm hung up again.
The other way. I've seen.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Like, yeah, flying above the lake. Yeah. Yeah, the one practice day, there was like 3 of them, and they were flying low. It was loud, right above my head. Yeah. Killed my ears. Yeah. Yeah. Pontoons with like 2 250s or 300s or whatever on it. So not really a pontoon at that point, but. I keep missing it.
Got some mud lines. Looks pretty. Wind's blowing. Say there's somebody here. All grassed up. Come on, fish. But yeah, we're just trying. I don't want to waver from the deal. I feel like there's fish right here for sure. I'd like to get a bite or two. Obviously.
I caught like 4 fish and lost 2. He's tiny, but it may keep. Doubt it. That ain't good when you have to bust the ruler out on. Keep 1 pounder. There's one. Come on, be a good one.
That's a good one. 10 pounder?
No. Stay hooked. One little thing in him only. It's not very big. Not very big, but he'll probably help me. Now I gotta deal with all these guys. One. This one I don't need. On this side?
Yeah, up there.
Okay. I think so, yeah. Which is not great, but.
Yeah, that's fair. There's one. Stay on. Let's go. That one's closer to 3. Still not big, but better for sure. Oh no. Definitely does not have it in this spot.
Fishing's going pretty shitty. Well, sorry about the cuss word, guys. Fishing's going bad. Been through a couple of the areas I've been fishing, and yeah, we just got 2 little ones, and I'm moving up the bar a little bit further, river channel here a little further, just to see if they move down on me. But I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems like the current's about shut off. Like the current's been running pretty good. I don't know what they've been pulling, but it's been noticeable. And they're not pulling water now. And I thought some of the fish that was there would stay there without the current. And I don't know, man, maybe it's this high pressure, maybe it's not my day, or maybe it just ain't happened yet. So, but we're gonna fish down this just a little bit further, and then we're gonna slide back up there where I caught a couple yesterday, and I guess hunker down. I got a couple places up in the river I could go hit, but I don't know if it's worth running around everywhere, or if I just need to grind it out and try to get 5 bites. But pretty crappy. It's all God's will at this point. I've done my work.
There's one. It's not that big, but grab him. They're barely eating it. They're just whacking at it.
Almost looks like, yeah, forgive me if I'm wrong, I mean, you caught a few of them. Are they running at you when you catch it?
Yeah, as soon as you hook them, I think they're following the bait or they charge at it, and then they just run at you. You don't know if it's a 1 pounder or a 10 pounder.
Little stubby face on him.
Yeah, he's got caught a couple times before, I think.
You got a hook for that.
I know. Caught a 6 pounder right there yesterday, and today I catch a 2 pounder. I thought. But at least there's some fish around again.
Trying a little hole in the wall here. Perfect kind of scenario, just off the current. Got protection, you know, I'm sure they probably spawn in here. I don't know. I came through here in practice and had 2 bites. I didn't catch either one. Unfortunately, I didn't get a hook in them, but feel like there's a chance for sure, and it's, perfect scenario, man. It's protected right off the river here. Hopefully stumble into a little deal here real quick. This don't work, we're gonna kind of get back down that river and dig in where we've been and see what we could pull together, but I don't know. It's been a tough one on me, but we're gonna stay positive all day, right to the end, man, and see what we could do.
Some work to do.
Like hands down, there's probably a couple big fish. This scenario is too perfect. There's really not a lot of backwaters for miles. And you got something like this, these fish have to use this.
The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series FXR Elite from Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Mercury, by Yamaha, by Progressive Insurance. We continue on with Bassmaster Live, thanks to Dave, Kyle, and young Mr. Howell, Laker Howell, helping out, doing a great job there. We got a different leaderboard every time we look back at it now, but Jamie Hartman has been a constant for a good long time right now. Jamie Hartman, the champ here from 2019. And Caleb Kufal right behind him, the champ from 2021, I believe it was. No, 2020. Yeah, no. 2021. Yeah. West Logan, Alabama
Second
boy,
place
Hank
in
Cherry.
that one.
Yeah, Hank Cherry. Kyle Welcher, Alabama, who won last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jeff Gustafson.
That's so crazy. Different times of year, but we have a 19 champion, 21, and the 20 classic.
Time of year doesn't seem to matter.
No, it's if you vibe with the lake, you can make it work. That's so incredible to me.
Good to know. See how well the lake's working for Brian Schmidt. We've been following him. He had a slow start.
Yeah, we're stuck on 3. Run up the river a good little ways up here, trying to hit a little bit of a home run, and it has not worked out. We're probably about 5 casts or so from getting back in our core zone and hopefully tricking a few guys. Like, not many bites, you know, even yesterday with the big bag. It's just I had some quality and just feels a little different. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you could just feel, the best way to tell is the end of your rod. You ain't getting the bites, you know. That's the best way to tell something's changed. But I just felt like up here, it was, you know, less subject to burn you because you can dictate where they have to be. You know, you're really pinpointing their zone. So gotta stay true, man. Yesterday from lunchtime on, I caught several. Just going fishing, and that's what we're gonna have to do today. We're gonna have to get on a stretch and just go and just put our head down and know that there's a chance. I'm not gonna leave the river at all, and I'm just gonna stay true and stay positive. It's gonna happen. Like, it's going to happen. So that's where we're at. We're ways up here. We're about 10 miles up from my core zone. But like I said, we're gonna roll here pretty soon and just stay with us, you know. Hopefully we pull it together. This looks so good. It's unbelievable. Just need the bass to feel that way.
Brian, definitely one of the best grass and river fishermen in the business.
Oh, yeah. Got 2 elite blue trophies,
Everything.
one from upper Mississippi where there's
Protection
a lot of grass,
from the
obviously,
current.
and Champlain, ditto.
Put him on my fantasy team this week, and he was basically the only one in the top 50. Everyone else was bombing it. Well, Jordan Lee was 42nd, but literally 3rd, and I was not shocked one bit just because of his prowess with flowing water and with grass. Absolutely.
He's got a great plan, great strategy, getting away from the crowd, more of a river up there where he's at, even though this is all a stretch of the Tennessee River. It's certainly narrow and less big flat areas up that way than there is on that lower end. It all makes sense. I'm surprised, not surprised he struggled early this morning because of the conditions and it flat calm, but I'm surprised, as I'm sure he is,
Davey,
it
all
hasn't
our
picked up for him.
Davey, all our top 7 have struggled. Corey's got the best limit. He's back in the top 10, 11-9. Bryant Smith, 3 for 6.8. Schmidt, we just said 3 for 5.12. Matt Robertson, only 2 for less than 4 pounds. Kong's got a limit of 10.8. Mosley, 3 for 8 pounds. And Wesley Gore, 2 fish, both 1-pounders.
Wow. You don't want to be in that top 10 on the first day, obviously. But they can change that. They can change that. Hey, we got some more bonus coverage, actually, to share with you right now. Here's Kyle Patrick, one of our anglers you can watch all day if you choose to. Check it out on
Bassmaster.com. I'm eating the Sour Patch Kids. Come here. No. Yeah. Still in my mouth, baby. All right. That was cool. Now we need to do some culling. I'm gonna reach right in here. No, she's just frozen solid.
Oh boy. Don't need sound to know his compartments.
Well, we hear those noises from Kyle Patrick on a microphone way more than, and just, you don't know what the situation could be because he's just all over the place. The weirder it gets, the better the day he's having. If he's acts like a normal human, you know he's not doing well in the water. Yeah.
Doing pretty good salvage. He got 15 pounds on the day. He was like 95th to start the day.
You can call it, I don't care really.
Here we go. Hear him a little bit now.
Yeah, a little bass rush to go with a sugar rush there on the boat for Kyle Patrick. Bonus coverage, and we say we got selected anglers that, or just a group of anglers that you can follow all day long if you choose to, with that unmanned or semi-manned camera on the boat.
Is got a small limit. Hasn't been great. Not a lot of bites. Not a lot of big fish for me. Running around, hit a bunch of stuff, and just a bite here, bite there. We're just pulling up here now to where I caught some big fish yesterday, so hopefully they're there and they want to bite. But it's been a little bit tougher day for sure. I had probably 5 or 6 now just slap at my bait and not get it, so they weren't doing that really yesterday. I had 1 or 2 do it, but we're just not getting it good today, so hopefully that changes here soon and they start eating it. Water's warming up. She's almost 82 degrees. It was 40 by the end of the day yesterday.
Did he say almost 82 degrees?
Got lots of time. Not until 4:30 today. Need to come across that magic stretch. You find a group of them, it doesn't take long here.
See, Corey's throwing a lipless there. He said he's using a 6 cents, 5/8 ounce lipless Quake. Fishing 5 to 8 foot depth range. And I asked him if it was an early or late bite for him. He said no, he just needs the wind to blow some, and it's done that for him today. So I'm sure he's scratching his head a little bit. It's part of what you do as a professional angler, right? When you think you've got them figured out, you're leading an event, they go humble you.
Yeah, that's right. You're on the target list then. Corey back in the top 10, but has obviously some more work to do. That top 10 has spread out. Gotta say, we started out with a 2.5 pound difference first to 10th place. Now it's a 6.5 pound difference.
Come on.
They're barely eating it. Should help a little bit.
Evan's had a lot of bites. He's caught more fish than anyone else that we've had a camera with, but no big ones.
I need 4-pounders, not 3-pounders.
We had a 5.5 yesterday, as big as today's 2.5.
Take it though.
Well, this is certainly a lake that you think if I can just get enough bites, the law of average.
Yeah, well,
the size of fish
deliver
on this
one
place.
that's meaningful, yeah.
Boy, it's a perfect wind there in that part of the lake right now.
There's a live shot of Brock Mosley, who we understand has just pulled into the place that Corey Johnson has pulled out of. So you got the carousel going. Some selected spots here on Guntersville. That's not unexpected.
I think it happens at every tournament.
Everywhere.
Yeah. It's a carousel. You think you got a secret spot, you just happen to be in line.
Tennessee River just more famous for it than a lot of other places for sure. Jamie Hartman, famous for a victory a few years back here at Lake Guntersville, is the man on top. A good healthy lead there ahead of Caleb Kufal, another Guntersville winner. We are in winter. Now we got it.
Water temp's gonna range anywhere from 39 to 44 right now, depending on where you're at. It's kind of strange, the main river's a little bit warmer than the backs of the pockets, but I guess that makes sense with all the ice in the backs of the pockets and that cold water running in. So I've kind of picked a in-between section, I guess you could say. I'm fishing the last steep part before either the drain or the flat point or the shallow water they want to be in. I'm on that deepest water right next to it, and I'm just going down the bank covering as much water as I can, and you just run into a little group of fish here and there, but a lot of it's just chucking and winding.
Brian Smith once again giving us a good coherent description of his policy and his plan, his game plan for the day, why he does what he does.
He is rock solid. When he joined the Opens and was in pursuit of qualifying for the elites, we knew he was sharp as a tack.
We are still struggling. Fished pretty much all the same stuff I fished yesterday. Places where I knew there was a few fish, and we're still sitting on 3. It has not been easy at all, but we're running some new stuff now. Just trying to find something fresh, something I haven't fished. There's a bunch of birds working over here. I think they're just picking up those dying shad like I talked about this morning, so hopefully there's some bass that followed the shad in here in this little drain. But all those grass lines that I caught them on yesterday, I've had a few bites, but even those bites, they're either small or they just miss the bait, like they're not committing to it. So we're gonna keep changing things up. There's no reason to die on something that's not working, so we're gonna keep moving around, fish some fresh stuff, and hopefully we can run into a couple more by the end of the day. Still, we got plenty of time left. I just need to figure out where these fish have moved. I don't know if they went up, pushed into these drains, or pushed way back up in there shallow, but we're gonna keep them honest. Keep grinding. That's all it's been, is a grind, so we're not gonna quit anytime soon.
So surprising. The wind seems to have not blown the area he's in all day long. It's been calm every time we've gone.
Picked up other places. We could see that.
Just based on the way the map looks in his region, it reminds me of a canyon type lake, you know, like under the water. There's a ton of high spots, ditches and drains, a lot of islands, and it's kind of just its own little lake that you could be in and not really go anywhere.
It is, and
versus this is just
historically a lot of fish. Not many anglers in that area where he's at this time, though. Hank Cherry a little bit yesterday, but.
Jamie Hartman just called up to 22 pounds, 2 ounces, equaling Hank Cherry and building the lead of a little more than 4 pounds.
Hold on, I came here. All right. Well, you know, it's been slow, which I anticipated it. I mean, it was slow yesterday. I came up here to an area that's got a lot of fish. It's just, I was worried about boat pressure up here more than anything, but I mean, we're okay. It's Guntersville, any swing of the bat. I mean, it can happen fast, and they can be big ones. I mean, it's just now getting to the part of the day where you would think they go to biting with the sun out and it being warmer. Just gotta keep our bait wet and see if we can run into some more. This all morning long, I've been running areas that's more quality than quantity. And this here's kind of been more quantity than quality, so to speak. But I caught, you know, 2 4-pounders here yesterday, 6.5 in here in practice. So there's big ones here. It just seems like when you get bit on that stuff I was fishing this morning, it's a big one. So hopefully we can get in here and catch us a few good ones and solid ones, and may go back and fishing our bigger fish stuff here later on. Got plenty of time. I'm not due in till 4 o'clock. Like I said, this is going to be the better part of the day bite-wise. It should be anyway. The bite's kind of been the same as yesterday. Maybe not quite as many bites as yesterday, but you know, a lot of slaps. It's like it really don't matter what you throw. You know, trap, crankbait, chatterbait. It's like they're hitting it with their mouth closed, being so cold. I don't know if that's what they're doing, but I mean, that's been one topic a lot of anglers have discussed this week, is how many slaps they get per day. So we got plenty of time. We're in good shape. A couple more keepers will get us into the weekend, and then turn our attention back to trying to win this thing. It's Guntersville. Somebody's gonna catch 28, 30 pounds, and it can happen fast. I've seen it twice this week with myself. You can pull up on a stretch and get right within 15, 20 minutes. The main thing
There are a couple people predicting a possibility of getting 30 today. Somebody was going to get 30 today. It's the best we've got is 22, 22.2, and we've got 2 anglers with that, and that's Hank Cherry and Jamie Hartman.
Who's live, Brian?
Brian Schmidt.
Well, we just pulled up to where I caught 2 earlier today, and just pretty sure a big one boat, you know, pulled off here. I want to say it's maybe the pattern that I need to stick with the rest of the day. stops a little further out in these current seams and just, you know, mix stick them. It's a little disappointing to miss one like that. Like he had it on the paws, but either way, man, we're gonna keep after it. Probably gonna bust down this river and get in my core zone. And just see what we could do. I was hoping to get one right here. It kind of changed, to me, they've changed their location a little bit. To me, they've gotten a little bit deeper up here instead of shallower, but I don't know for sure. This will be my last cast, so we're gonna roll. Yeah, it's about the only thing I could get them to react on right now is this, so it's kind of weird. Let's roll.
On the Tennessee River, my experience in the past, especially as far up Lake Guntersville as he is, the water's, there's so much current, that water's churning. The water temperature it's just like you stirring a bowl of soup or, you know, iced tea or something. That it's very similar, very close, same temperature down in the water column that is up high. But the barometric pressure is definitely different today than yesterday, and to me, that tends to drive those fish a little deeper.
Tougher today. I've got 5, upgraded a couple times, but nothing big. Everything I have today is smaller than anything I had yesterday. But I think we have enough to be able to fish tomorrow. Just looking for 1 or 2 big ones that try and get me up over 20 pounds. Just grinding away. It's been a lot slower today too. I've caught a lot less fish. Yesterday I probably caught 30 keepers. Today I think I've only caught 8 or so. So I'm not sure what the difference is. I think maybe they moved a little shallower, so I'm gonna check a little shallower here soon. But we're just gonna grind away and hopefully get a couple bigger ones to keep me up there.
Just slicked off.
No wind, bright.
Yeah.
I'm feeling for him because I think his bite would pick up a little. Well, here we go. You see he threw towards that ripple, Tommy?
Yeah.
He got closer to it.
Oh, this big keeper, you don't feel like it.
That's the seam right there.
You're not. Dang it. Well, you might be. Oh, there's one with it too. He might make the team.
Oh yeah.
He's up shallow. Had a friend with him too. Yeah. All right.
You gotta catch 5.
That's the plan, yeah. That's number 4. Huh. Poked our head up shallow. And we caught one. Not the biggest one, but until we get 5. We gotta work on it. We gotta work on it. Come on. No. That's right. That's right. Another one followed that fish up.
All right. Getting closer to the wind there. It's Brian Smith little bit of a result right there. We'll remind you that the weigh-in starts 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That's coming from Scottsboro, of course, and our regular weigh-in. But there's also an alternative, the Sims Behind the Tanks presentation. Pat Renwick and the gang back there getting some different kind of interviews, pulling out some interesting and sometimes very funny information. You might want to check it out. Sims Behind the Tanks on YouTube.com. Season 2026 for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the FXR. Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. What a beautiful place and what a wild natural place here. All kinds of bird life. We got the coots, we got the eagles, we got the herons, and many, many more. Lots of anglers at work out there. This massive 70,000 acre lake/river, section of the river, the Tennessee River, which is legendary and certainly a huge part of the history and the foundation of the sport of bass fishing. We feel real lucky to be here. Real lucky to have our Scottsboro hosts making everything happen the way they make it happen. And, you know, if you need to hang around some coots, this is a good place to come.
Yeah, all beautiful shots. I love the coots, but the cormorants, yeah, I don't like the shots.
I'm not a big cormorant.
Hey, if you like your grass icy and crisp, right when it thaws, this is the time to be a coot. You're just there for the icy grass, man.
So you can pull it up and stuff can get in your line, right? That's what Chris Johnston was complaining about yesterday.
So they pull it up and eat the tender part in the root.
And then they just let it, and then it gets on your line there behind.
Yes, yes.
Hadn't checked in on Matt Robertson in a little bit. Matt started his day, great position there in the top 10. Got slow, stuck on 2 fish for the longest time.
They talked about your day, how good it's been.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, guys, my day's going really good. I have one 3-pounder and another one that barely keeps, and we're trying to catch. We're going down the backside of this bar, just trying to hit a little something. And it's about 150 yards from where I caught him yesterday. And yeah, I don't know what the deal is, boys.
Have you changed up anything you're fishing with versus what you were doing?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was trucking a swim bait and a chatterbait a lot, but I mean, I did throw a trap, but I lost like 7 on it. And but with the high pressure, I feel like maybe they'll react to the trap a little better. Just trying to get a bite.
I'm so very proud of Matt Robertson because he did not want to give any sort of a positive
he did a great
update,
job.
and he did a great job there.
So I was thinking the same thing. Always proud of Matt Robertson.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what to expect because you could tell his cameraman was saying, hey, tell us something, and I didn't know what the something was, and you never know. You got to kind of be careful with Matt. But he was surprised that we would want to know about how his day's been tough. But your fans care about how your day's going, whether you're catching 2 or 22.
Good
and
to
it's
keep
hard
that
as
in
an
mind.
angler to understand that.
Yep.
I mean, it really is. You think, gosh, nobody wants to know that I've only got 2 bass a day. Yes, they do. And explain what you think happened.
Lots of people follow Matt, that's for sure.
Yep.
Got some.
Right at the boat.
It don't feel big. Boy, he's gonna be close. Relax, buddy. Can't get him to relax. That's a keeper, bub. Shoo! That's a keeper. Thank goodness. There's a grind. Two-pounder. All right. Go with your buddies. Dude, feels so good. Need one more. We got plenty of time. Dude, they're just way out. That's all that's going on.
We've got some more bonus footage from Kyle Patrick coming through the wire here. Let's see what we got this time. Had a pretty nice one last time. Had a pretty action-packed catch right there that we saw.
Yes, it was.
I got him. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Big jib under a dock, boy. That's just fun, is what that is. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. That'll help.
We hear from the boat he's broken into the Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah,
trying
he's
to get
going to
things
become
going
one.
here.
He's going to become one soon. But David, talking when you talked about Matt Robertson in the update, even on tough days, bad days for anglers, not just fans, but people want to know it. And Steve Bowman taught me that when I started working with Bass was you cover the leader even when he's zeroing because that's still a story.
That's a good point.
That's why I like that we don't move our cameras once they're in a boat all day. You give them the chance to figure it out and work through the struggles.
Because the struggles are real, whether you're a club level angler or a Bassmaster elite level angler, you will have struggles. And it's good for our audience, the fans, the weekend fishermen, the experienced fishermen, whatever you want to call it. We have all of the above. Everyone struggles and they want to see how other people deal with the struggles.
And they need to see that.
Yes.
You know, like we've just been so locked in. Everyone says they love the old Bassmaster shows. I don't disagree, but you would make up a 40-minute show off of a couple sound bites, storylines, and 8 awesome fish catches.
And no struggles.
When
It's
only the best and their best moment.
Yeah.
But you go out to Guntersville and you're like, man, they were catching them. They were all jam-packed catching them. Well, we condensed 32 hours of fishing day, and it's not like that every minute of the day.
That became pretty apparent the first year we started doing live coverage. That's a dimension that had been, kind of needed.
Oh, BFA, here
what
it
is
comes.
it, Such? What?
Some Skeeter boats. Stetson weigh like a 7-pounder. Biggest bass of the day so far. He's up at the 6th place. He had 18-12 yesterday. He's got about the same today.
Boy, now, yeah. Wondered when a 7-pounder was going to show up. We've had an 8-pounder. We've had some 6+s. Presence of a 7-pounder. So that things may be changing out there. Maybe we're going to find some bigger fish coming, and some have predicted that bigger fish would come today.
these fish will set up on little points and indentions in the river channel, and basically they either want to be right in the current or they want to be out of the current. You have to figure out which they want and on any given day. And the key to this lake, I think, is probably the grass. It's full of eelgrass, full of hydrilla, and these fish bite. It doesn't matter how cold it is. We're just far enough north that I feel like they get used to the cold fronts, and they're still gonna bite. You know, there's bite windows, and you just have to be around the right fish when the bite window happens.
Corey Johnston started the day with the lead. He is just one outside of the top 10 as it stands right now. It's been a kind of slower day, certainly a slower day for him. Bit of a struggle, but he's got plenty of time to get the job done. All we've got to do today is make that top 50. That's the first order of business. So we will follow the Corey with him all day long in the boat. So we will be following that. But we've got a new cast of characters basically populating our top 10. Jeff Gustafson was there before. And that's about it. The rest of them have come up during the course of this one right now. So, man, it's, you know, it's Guntersville. You never know exactly what you're going to get. You know it's going to be good, and you know the potential is fantastic. But day to day, it changes, and these guys got to roll with it. That's how you win a tournament.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, obviously the most surprising thing, not only to me, a lot of people, I think you, Tommy, you just mentioned it, seeing 9 of our top 10 are not in the top 10 anymore. When we started today, only one, Gussie, is still in there, and it's really surprising. It always shuffles a little bit, but that's real surprising. And you think, gosh, they should be biting better. It's warmer up, but it's a very different day. Not just the temperature rising, but the barometric pressure. These fish are always doing things different on Lake Guntersville, but today has been a little surprising. I think the barometric pressure has affected these fish a lot more than most of us thought.
A post-frontal.
Yes,
real super
which,
immediate post-frontal system. Right?
Yeah, everybody wants the clear skies and warm sun to make that fishing day better, but oftentimes you'd like that stormy, cloudy, windy day to keep that winter pattern going. But that kind of made me think last night, are our expectations met at Guntersville? Has it been better or worse? When we think about the leading weight being 24.5 pounds, the cut weight being 17.25, 85 anglers getting limits. Like, it seemed like it was good at the top end, guys, but still a lot of room for the mid pack. And so we may see that whole group compress a little bit more. But I would like to get y'all's thoughts on, you know, I don't know if it's going to be 50 pounds for 2 days leading, but we could see that cut weight rise a little just because the field's going to compress.
Hadn't talked about it a lot, but I've got to mention this because I think it's definitely a factor. Whether you're a fan of forward facing or not, whether you're a fan of being able to see that bait and that fish react to that bait, being able to see whether those fish are there or not without them having that tool. Sure, they've got side imaging, they got 360, they got 2D, they got DI, they've got all that stuff, but they are missing a tool to give them the confidence whether those fish are still in those spots that they have had for years in the past. So
yeah.
It's affecting it a little bit.
Right now, they don't get to go over the sand with the metal detector. They just dig in places that feel like it would wash up on shore, and it makes you less efficient.
Absolutely. Suits, you watch the numbers all the time. Compare yesterday to today. Yesterday, the top 10 were 2.5 pounds separated all of them. Now it's 6 pounds and 10 ounces. Does that mean they're catching them more today, more poundage today? Or
well, we'll figure that out in the end. You never know. The average was 3.9 on day 185 limits. We're getting there with the number limits. I want to talk about second-year guy Blake Capps. He could make his second cut ever. And then let's get a rookie watch. We got Nick Trim in 10th. He's leading our rookies. Matt Messer's 12th. Caleb Hudson, Tristan McCormick, and Fisher Naya are right in there, too. They could make their first cut in their very first elite.
The rookies were a little absent yesterday from the upper reaches of the leaderboard, but now they're showing up a little bit more.
We still got a lot of time in the day, and you think, well, it's only day 2, but half the field's going to be gone tomorrow. Ronnie, you talked about it a little bit this morning. What's your biggest surprise on someone who's you expected to do good and still is not catching them so far?
I mean, I have to look and see what some guys like John Garrett and some of those Tennessee River guys that just naturally do well here, but him being 70s yesterday was a little off-putting.
I would say Tucker Smith. He's got 2 today for 3 pounds, 4 ounces.
Me too.
Big surprise.
That just kind of stunner right there.
I don't think he's a keeper, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be a line burner there.
Worth a check. I mean, for sure. Big old head. You gotta relax for me, buddy. Dude. I think he's
line
a
burner when I
keeper.
see one time.
Yeah,
I caught
you
a
too.
lot of them that size.
I mean,
You nailed
for
it.
sure it touches. I'll keep him for now, but I'd like to get rid of him. Red, pound and a half. All right.
Gotta be careful with those long. We saw him do a little damage in the tail end of last season.
Yeah.
The line burners that caused some penalties that affected the outcome.
Be a little wild.
Yeah, especially the way that fish was, he was saying relax, but I would probably check that fish again before I took it to scales.
All
Hopefully
right,
he calls
guys.
it out and doesn't have to worry about it.
I think we just wrangled up number 5, I think, because he's a line burner. But, you know, the mixed stick got it done. I would love.
There we
Hang
go.
on.
Get rid of him right now.
Hang on, please stay on. I don't know what I got here. Feels a little different. Oh, he's foul hooked. He's foul hooked. Stay on, stay on, stay on, stay on. I don't know if he's any bigger. Might have found a little wad of them. I don't think. Look at his face. It's a little bit different, but I don't think that's a keeper. So here's what's going on. I think might have a little something going on right here. We need old Big to jump on, and we need this local not to run over top of where I'm fishing. Both of those fish actually hit it. You would think there'd be a giant on something like this. You know, that's what's weird, dude. It's perfect staging, perfect setup, the mouth of a major famous creek for this lake. You would think there'd be a big or two, and there probably is. Hang on. But yeah, we're gonna work this for a minute. See what we could do. This is actually how I've caught all my keepers today. It's a little different. Like I was able to kind of go down these stretches yesterday, winding a little bit, and you know, just was not happening for me earlier. I am going to do it, you know, after I leave here quite a bit. See if we can't duplicate some of the magic from yesterday, but I feel like there's a shot right here at another one, I would say. I mean, 2 quick bites. But, you know, I'm positive the guys are catching them. This lake's too good, but I'm just telling myself, man, 2 bites, you know, it's a whole different game. 2 bites, we go from, man, just worrying about making the cut to worrying about trying to win the event. So We got to stay positive and trust the process more than anything. Now, how do you pull up on something, gets you two right away, and don't catch no more? Folks at home, explain that to me. Must just not be a lot there, but they ate it like there was a lot there, like they. Come on, baby, give me a big one here.
Temptation to put him on a drain the lake team, Brian Schmidt, with all this grass around here, but you kind of want to save him for Champlain. I did not put him on my drain the lake.
I did not either. He's on my regular
obviously,
raffle.
man.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh man, I'm happy," you know, or you know, the competitor in me is definitely upset that it hasn't gone perfect today. You know, you have a day like yesterday and you feel like you're on a little something. It's changed. So instead of spinning out, we're going to try to milk it for all it's worth, and then we'll go from there. Let me work up this a bit.
I agree with you 100% on saving him for Champlain. Especially there's no forward facing in that event.
Oh, that's
right. The way
right.
he fishes there.
That's right, yeah.
You're going to want him on your team.
Be a tough guy there. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That race is on, and every day. This is just as important as any day of the season with regard to that race there. And of course, the leaderboard right now is going to affect our leaderboard at the end of the day, day number 1. Corey Johnston on top, Brian Smith, Brian Schmidt, Matt Robertson, Brock Mosley. It's going to change at the end of the day, but that was all. Those are all pretty close rates right there. Very interesting day going on here at the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, Scottsboro, Alabama. We'll have coverage courtesy of Toyota. Much appreciate that. Such beautiful scenery we've got here. The pictures have been great here. The fishing has been challenging, but very, very rewarding for some anglers. And of course, the potential is great for all when you come to a great place such as this. Jamie Hartman, Caleb Kufal, two who have won here before on top of that leaderboard. Also, we go down and find Hank Cherry, a big part of the history here. But right now, for a kind of chance to catch everyone up on what's happening, let's turn to our Toyota Midday report. And we'll start it out with California's Bryant Smith from Roseville, California, up there between Sacramento and Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, Bryant Smith got off to a slow start yesterday. Got his first bite at 9:30 a.m., but boy, it picked up there for him. And ended up the day in second place, 24 pounds, 6 ounces. All happened from 9:30 on. Caught him on a 3/4 ounce red-eye shad. Chrome black back was a little unusual. Most of the field throwing those reds. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Not a lot of bites yesterday. Got the right size. He said he exceeded expectations. Still got some ground to make up for Bryant.
And we see him adjusting now, mixing in the red a little bit today as this bite changes. As we go to Brian Schmidt, and you couldn't have put the Smith and Schmidt farther apart on the lake, Davey, but that just shows from end to end how good Guntersville fishes most times a year. It's hard to really win at this place in the same area back to back. It's always a different spot.
Always a different spot. I really like his approach. He got away from the crowd. Doing what he loves to do, river fishing, grass fishing. He said, I wanted to narrow it down. The bands of the vegetation are smaller there because you have the contour change much greater there than you do on that lower end where you have those big massive flats. Very surprised his day has gone as slow as it has.
Yeah, he started third, now he's down to 23rd, so a loss of 20 places right there. Evan Kung started the day in 5th place. He's down to 14th right now. He's catching numbers today. That's not been the problem.
Well, yeah, I didn't realize it until he said just about an hour ago that he was surprised the bite was slow. He caught 30 yesterday. I've not heard another angler say they caught anywhere near that many fish yesterday. So the numbers were good for him yesterday, but he caught some big ones along with it. The numbers better than anyone else we've got a camera with today, but the bigger ones have not been mixed in today. Still a lot of time to fish, and a lot of these anglers talked yesterday about having the longer day, or the ones that had shorter days were saying they regretted they're going to have a short day. all of the anglers, or certainly the majority of the anglers, expect the bite to be better this afternoon.
Canada's Corey Johnston, the leader after day number 1 by 2 ounces. At the start of the day, fell quickly out of that top 10. He just could not get anything going early.
I think he had fallen down to 31st, Tommy, before he caught his first keeper. And Davey, in the best area, had the best day that we've seen so far. But when you have Kung and him, we saw Cooper Gallant, there's so many others. We may not see them in the back of the camera view, but this is getting pounded. Yeah. Guys like Schmidt and Smith that are so far away from here having stuff to themselves, will we see that factor as we get farther into this tournament, or is this just the best area?
The thing that's so different about a tournament here in February, Lake Guntersville is so great to have these multiple day tournaments on because there's so many fish and those places reload. This time of year they might reload with fish, but those fish are lethargic. Just because there's more fish there doesn't mean you can get those fish to bite. It's going to be interesting to see if Corey can get some to bite. Had a good day yesterday, not surprised about it, had a good practice. He will be very disappointed if things don't pick up for him between now and weigh-in.
Well, it's been a struggle so far. Still got 5 little keepers. They are not biting. I would have thought with this little bit of wind and sun, the water warming up, that they would be biting. But maybe they are, I'm just not around them. I don't know. But it's been tough. We're gonna keep grinding, we got lots of time. Hit a few new spots here shortly, I think. A ton of floating grass, so it makes it real hard to throw this lipless right now.
We catch 24 pounds one day and you struggle like he has today. Everyone will be a little surprised, a little disappointed.
Can't even get a clean cast.
Corey just seemed so confident.
Oh, yeah.
When I talked to him last night about how his practice went, what had happened, and he expected maybe not to catch 24 pounds, but I think he thought a bad day would be 20 today. Or not I shouldn't say a bad, but below expectations for him today would be 20 even.
4 wins for Corey with the Bassmasters, 2 of them Elite Series wins. It was 11th here back in 2021.
A little bit too hard to throw that snatch right now.
We just talked about it 20 or 30 minutes ago, but we see the top 10 shuffle every day until the final day when there's only 10 there. Yeah. They don't fall out of the 10, but this is real surprising today how this 4 box, you look at where they started and where they're at currently.
It's an extreme case of that. We've seen the phenomenon before. I don't know if it's been that comprehensive throughout any particular day's top 10.
On the flip side of that, they've opened the door for some guys to make up some ground. Some of the guys that struggled yesterday. We've been to Kyle Patrick several times. Not saying that he's going to get in the top 10, but he needed for the weight to fall off a little bit and have a good day. And looks like both is happening a little bit.
We haven't seen through almost 2 full days.
God. I mean, smashed it.
Any of our 12 anglers on camera make a cast near a bridge.
No, that's odd.
In 2 days at Guntersville, and it's I'm waiting for someone to have the audacity to make that call and see. right? Like, I mean, not every fish pulled all the way out to the main drag at Guntersville. Will they be more lethargic? For sure, but somewhat you won't know just by fishing the main. You got to go try. And Mosley talked about it. You can get right in 15 minutes.
How he didn't get that.
That's one of the most predominant ways to get right at times. I'm interested to see who makes that first move on camera. Or if we have someone launch tomorrow headed to a bridge because they did it this afternoon.
Surely there are some people that fishing those bridges that we just, like I said, don't have a camera with.
You're talking about number of fish that Kung caught. Said he caught 30 yesterday. The highest number caught today that have been put into Bass Track. You can obviously catch a non-keeper and not even put it in, but Polinick has caught 14 that has been registered on Bass Track. Still only 15 pounds overall, but 14's a lot of numbers.
He had a tough day yesterday, didn't he?
Polinick had 18 and change and said it was better than expected, and he said that Fisher and I had the same weight and it was worse than expected for him. So he's like, what's that say about us? Basically saying if it gets good for you, it's going to get bad for me.
Standings are flip-flopping all over. Andrew Loberg, who was 82nd, he just got over 20 pounds. And he's in 24th now, like we said. Hartman with 22.2 from 14th to the lead. Cherry was 64th, 22.2. He's up in our top 4. Wes Logan just called. He's in second place now, 19.13.
And what's crazy for Loberg, Such, is the weight he has with 20 pounds today, and he's got 33.12, almost 34 overall. That's below what yesterday's cut line projection would be for today, 34 and change. So he would need that to come down for him to even have this big comeback, make a difference to make it to tomorrow. Now, gaining points, 53rd is better than 90th, but you want to make that big comeback
when you get that close.
Slide in. Just slide into 50th
Well, the fishing
and gain
picked up
tomorrow.
this afternoon, though.
Yeah.
Well, we got a lot to figure on, a lot of possible projections to make as far as the cut line goes. It'd be a little early right now to figure out what that cut line is going to be exactly, but that's what today is all about. Make it into the top 50 so you can fish on semifinal Saturday here on Guntersville.
If you've ever fished Lake Guntersville in Sweet Home, Alabama, you know the lake doesn't just offer bass, it offers moments. And the best ones show up when you loosen your plans a little. You might roll up the North Saudi first thing in the morning, thinking you're going to stick to your game plan, hit the grass, work the edge, punch a few mats. But Guntersville whispers, hey, try one more creek, one more cast, and that whisper is usually right. Soon you're headed for the Miracle Mile, chasing that feeling only this lake can give you. Or you're easing into City Harbor, realizing you're hungrier than you thought. Perfect excuse to wander into Crawmama's or Winsel's Oyster House, and suddenly the day tastes a whole lot better. That's what we love about Alabama. Every time you let go of the schedule, something amazing sneaks in. Maybe you take a detour to Cathedral Cavern State Park because someone said, you gotta see this. Maybe you stretch your legs at Buck's Pocket State Park or go find Ghost Falls because a little exploring between casts always feels good. And the places you stay, well, Dream Ranch looks like it was made for unplugging. Or maybe you try Retreat Resort and Spa and surprise yourself by loving the quiet. Or maybe Goose Pond Colony Resort becomes your new go-to. And I'm just saying, if you like surprises, unclaimed baggage might be the wildest one more stop of your trip. So don't overplan Alabama. You let the lake guide you. You follow the fun. Because here in Alabama, every one more becomes a memory.
Some ideas of fun stuff to do when you find yourself in the great state of Alabama. We sure want to express our thanks to the folks in Jackson County, the folks in Goose Pond Colony Resort, the Mountain Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and our great host city of Scottsboro, all those folks who work so hard, 365 days a year to make this a great, hospitable place. And bass fishing has done a lot for Guntersville in the area. And Guntersville in the area, Scottsboro included, do a lot for the sport of bass fishing. It's a reciprocal situation and a beneficial one for everyone who loves to have great fun, especially in the outdoors. That's what we're doing today. We're watching the best in the business get to fish one of the best lakes in the world. Can't beat that proposition. Let's get out to Brian Schmidt.
Slack. Oh, do I have? Little guy.
Wes Logan has culled twice in the last 15 minutes. He's over 20 pounds now. He's cut his deficit to about 2 pounds and 2 ounces.
He's been in the conversation all day.
He sure has. He's lit it up from the start.
I don't know. Feels, I don't know. Little. Fat though, God dog. He might be a keeper and get rid of that, you know, that one that's like real skinny and short. Something going on right here. A couple rattle trap bites earlier, remember? Yeah, he's legit good.
We needed to go anyway.
Right, 2 1/4, little fatty.
All right. 7 pounder like he caught on his first cast yesterday.
I feel like I got a legit 5. Yes, sir.
Kind of stuck on a certain size there. He certainly found where they hang out. He said he was talking about getting back to his core area sometime later today. So
yeah.
We still have that to look forward to for Brian Schmidt back at Brock Mosley now. Still 3 fish.
Hunter Shrike just popped in the top 10 at 9th. He caught a 3 pounder and 2 pounder, get up to 16 pounds today.
Stay hooked up. Get in there, yes. Look at barely on the edge of the mouth. There's 1 2 pounder.
See, he's offshore, off the bank quite a ways, and he put his shallow water anchors down to hold him while he's dealing with this fish. It just tells you he might be off the bank, but he's not fishing very deep.
Yeah.
All right. We'll take one more of those and we'll take a big sigh of relief. Back-to-back casts getting bites. I mean, I don't know if it's the same fish or not. Get there. Yeah. We got 3 hours to catch one more.
Brock was at 38th before fish number 4 came in. Should move him up. Seven or 8 places at least, maybe closer to 10 spots.
And the way they bite it, like, you don't know if he's 7 pounds or 2 pounds. Like, I mean, you don't, until you get them halfway back to the boat, you don't know how big they're gonna be. They don't put up much when this cold.
Heard a lot of the anglers talk about they thought this tournament was going to fish and this lake was going to fish small, but boy, the areas that usually expect to see a lot of pressure in, the boats aren't really crowded up together. Tomorrow's Saturday, you expect more local fishermen out there, but Guntersville every day Saturday.
Yeah.
There's always fishing pressure there. But we've not seen many other fishermen out on the lake for it to be had Lake Guntersville. And the weather's, much better today than it's been.
Yeah, it's going to be the best weather. It's kind of strange. It would be post-frontal here today, but it's going to get back cooler again tomorrow instead of getting warmer. So, not quite sure what's driving this weather pattern.
No,
here.
me either.
Well, we know what's really interesting is we know that the northern creeks that are open to the south, right? The mouth of the creek is open to the Goose Pond, North Saudi, things like that, South Saudi. They're all facing the south, the mouth is. Those are the ones that warm up fastest. You would think, oh, the south end of the lake gets warmer fast. No, all the north winds blow right in there, cooling it down. There hasn't been a single catch registered on Bass Track today in Spring Creek. Not a single one. And
Browns
that is
Creek, same story?
Maybe, let me just see. Actually past the Brit, no. So the two most southern creeks on Guntersville that are notorious this time of the year, they're facing the north, have 0 anglers or 0 catches if they've been in there. It's very intriguing to see 2 predominant places like that. No one's sniffing them, and if they are, they're not catching them.
Great way to get involved, have more fun watching Bassmaster live and following the Bassmaster Elite Series is the Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Game. This is the original, the OG game right here where you pick 5 anglers for each tournament out of 5 different buckets based on their ranking and just see how well you do. It's fun to do. The FXR Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. This is the first of 9 stops for this year in the Bassmaster Elite Series. What a great storied place to begin a competition, a season-long competition amongst the best in the business. Some shots from earlier, and you can see this big freeze. The big freeze has been through here. There's no doubt about it. We're still in the aftermath of that right now, and we are having some changing conditions and some changing leaderboards. Above all, Jamie Hartman now, who was not near that top 10. Well, he was kind of near to, but he's on top right now. He's won here before. Wes Logan, Alabama. Caleb Kufall has won here as well. Ditto Hank Cherry. Stetson Blaylock, Jeff Gustafson. Been probably the most consistent of all. He's the man who's remained in the top 10 for most of these 2 days, or and changed, one and change days we've been at it here. Let's get back to Matt Roberts.
Talk about the difference in this space versus where we were fishing. What's different here?
This isn't current based on the main river, and it's kind of like, I don't know if I'd call it a backwater or not, but it's just scattered hydrilla out here, and mixed in with some eelgrass. Caught 2 nice ones here in practice. I mean, it wasn't like set the world on fire, but I just fished around, caught a couple of nice ones. Caught one down there by where Brock is, but I ain't gonna roll up on him. Caught more down here anyway. We're gonna stay in here for an hour. If we don't get but an hour, then we're gonna go back on that stupid eelgrass flat out there with everybody and pray to God. Just need a little help.
Talked about the number of bites that different anglers got. Yesterday, he said he lost 7 in a row, but, you know, according to him, when I talked to him last night, he got like between 17 and 19 bites yesterday. So
that's a lot.
Like I mentioned with Corey, this doing a good job not showing it and keeping his cool and being patient, but it's got to be really wearing on him that he just hasn't had many keeper bites today at all. Can't blame it on losing them today. He just hasn't had many bites.
Never needed 13 pounds so bad in my life.
Matt said he's not going to move in on Brock Mosley. It's in the area here, very close by, and just across the way.
Unadvisable.
No, it wouldn't be a great idea. Brock with 4 fish, still looking for that keeper. He says, I got a long time to get it, but he'd probably like to get that and then start upgrading as soon as possible.
There's one. Shoot. That fish wasn't that near that big. Oh, well, it's 5. That's a huge monkey off the back, is what that is. Hey, we made the weekend. Oh, God. Where'd the big ones go?
Into his 6th hour of fishing and just now getting that limit. It's got to be a little bit of a disappointment to Brock. He started out really good today, though.
Yeah, he started out good with a bigger fish than average for sure for him and everybody else we've got on camera today. And he thinks he's really behind the 8 ball, but actually he's done better than anyone as far as quality of fish that we've had a camera with today. It's been a little surprising. Brock Mosley, Power Pole replay today with about a 4.5 pounder this morning. Things were looking up and they look up again now. He just caught his 5th fish, but Brock Mosley, even though you think you're having a slow day, it's not been too bad compared to the others. Brock Mosley, Power Pole replay of the day with a 4.5 pounder.
Yeah, numbers are not guaranteed here, and the size is welcomed when it happens. And you've seen guys like Jordan Lee yesterday catch 5 for 9 pounds and 5 for 10 pounds before getting a good one. So getting a 4.5 in your initial starting 5 limit, like he said, monkey off the back, fishing tomorrow at least.
It's all relative. That his big one is the only one who would have made yesterday's team. 23 and change.
Yeah, that's telling right there, Such. At 1240, he's only got one like the 5 that he weighed in yesterday. But he's, like I said, he's doing better than the other 5 that we got cameras with.
Okay.
And they're
been tough on them.
Yeah, they weren't just randomly picked cameras. They were top 6.
They were based on merit.
Yes.
Yeah.
The struggle is real.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of struggles, hate to bring it up, but you mentioned the guys who have won here before competing. Randy Howe won here, and what happens to a guy, Davey? He's on his home lake, and he's got too many things to think about and worry about because we have several.
There's 0 bass caught in Spring Creek. No, I'm just kidding, but go ahead.
Oh, that's his spot?
Oh, there's a lot of things. So even with someone like Randy Howe who's won a Classic, I mean, when it's your home water, there's added pressure. And like I said, even though he's won a Classic, the reason you go out and fish in these conditions and make your living doing this because you love it and you get excited about this. And so, you know, the nerves, the excitement, the anticipation, the build up, you've been knowing for a long time, hey, the first event's coming to my home lake. And then when you get off to a slow start, you try to start, you know, running around trying to do too much, fishing too fast. There's a lot of things. I can speak from experience. And then the next thing you know, it's time to go in to check in. And it's like it went by like a dream. A nightmare, actually, not a good dream.
Yep.
History can be a hindrance then.
100% it can at times.
Trying to get to 40 pounds. Like if we can get to 40 pounds, I feel like I still might be in the game a little bit.
I mean, there's some others you look down that list that, besides Randy Howell, that's really surprising.
One day of practice.
Oh gosh, yeah. And Tucker
Smith.
Smith.
Biting a little better tomorrow.
Possibly.
Go back through some of them stretches and catch a couple, 24, 25 pounds. Right back in it.
Hamner, Huff, LaHue.
Jita caught his 3rd.
I guess today is
Emil Wagner, 95th place.
Generally, your
see that
post-frontal day may have something to do with it. Your second day after the front, but
You mentioned Fujita. I watched most of the weigh-in yesterday. He was the only one that had a tough day and kind of said, without the scope, I'm having a tough time.
Really?
Yes. Maybe more thought that, maybe not. I assume there's some that had a tough day that thought the same, but he actually said it.
I mean, this is a place Kioya and I think Kioya. I'm pretty sure Kioya and
those
Taku.
two I caught up here.
Both
That's
fish with Jordan Lee.
what I was meaning by
to learn.
Quantity over quality.
Clinching,
I caught a lot of them that day of
casters,
practice in here.
learn.
With the occasional good one mixed in. Those last two were both 2 and 3. There's one. A little one, little one.
Oh, I think we'll see Kyoya catch fish without.
Oh yeah,
facing.
yeah.
He almost won Sabine last year.
I haven't been catching small fish all week, so that's not a good sign.
Tommy, you're asking about Brandon Cardwell. His fish all came in at once, 18 pounds, third place.
I
can still catch
5-4 in there and a bunch of
today,
3-pounders.
He disappeared from the conversation. I didn't know what.
He's got a pretty good
Right at
track
20
record here.
pounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
He was in the top 10 of that classic.
absolutely can
cherry
still
one,
happen.
I think.
Yeah, 10th with 21-14 he started.
No, I was saying.
Oh, last time?
Yeah, in the classic, the cherry one, I think he was a good factor in that one. And I think there was one of the elites.
Yeah, that's true. He was. I think it was Seabold in that one, if I'm not mistaken.
I know the classic. A little bit of Seabold, a little bit of Browns.
Yeah.
I believe he was around Browns because we saw him.
Who was that?
Brandon Card.
Yeah.
He was,
was having fish straighten out his hooks on a jerkbait. I'll never forget backroom interviews, backstage interviews, and he talked like about on day 2. Like, that's the 4th fish I've had straighten my treble hooks. And I was like, so you think you should loosen your drag? He said, I don't use a drag.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Mystery solved.
Stouten your hooks or
3 o'clock Central Time, 4 o'clock Eastern Time. That's when the weigh-in starts. Dave Mercer going to preside there in Scottsboro. Yeti Hot Seat is a man who's been there before on Lake Guntersville. Jamie Hartwell. Jamie Hartwell, place he loves to be, standing on top of our standings right now. Will he be right there at the end of the day, at the end of the weigh-in? You can tune in, find out, 4 Eastern. About 2 hours fishing time if you take a little out for travel time here. Left in day number 2 of the FXR Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, Scottsboro, Alabama. Been a big day with lots of movement on the leaderboard, and at the top of the leaderboard we see that name right there, Jamie Hartman, longtime Elite Series member, and what he's done here today may think, to Hartman fans, to bass fishing fans, may feel like deja vu, because here at Lake Guntersville in 2019, and then going to be the subject of our Mercury move of the day, was Jamie Hartman. Winning here at Lake Guntersville, started out the first day with less than 15 pounds and then knocked out consecutive 20-pound plus bags on the next 3 days. This familiar spot right here.
Yeah, I remember Jamie Hartman. On this exact day, I was out on the water and everyone was saying, get to Jamie Hartman because he is making it happen, and he really did that afternoon. What a move that day, Mercury move of the day, way back in 2019, Lake Guntersville. Jamie Hartman is doing it again today. Mercury move of the day has moved up into the lead.
There was Trip Weldon in that weigh-in footage. He's probably got 22, 23 years of history on Guntersville.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 32, 33 years of history.
Just a little.
Jamie went on about 6 weeks later in August. That was in June, and he went in August and Finger Lakes and his old stomping grounds. Won on Cayuga.
Was able to win in front of his home because that weigh-in got blown out with the storms.
Yeah.
Big in bobble. Big in.
Speaking of Trip Weldon, he texted me earlier. He's always watching us. And what a lot of knowledge there as a tournament director, a Hall of Famer, and a great fisherman.
Oh, yeah.
God. He said Jerry would love this event this week because Jerry always liked these cold, adverse weather conditions.
He did. One of his famous quotes was from Jerry was, that cold stuff's all in your mind.
Did he say that? Yeah. I think Tyler Williams said that.
We needed that one like, well, not like a fat kid loved cake, because ain't no fat kid need cake, but son, that's a 3-pounder. I don't know if I ever went, well, I mean, I have not caught a fish in a tournament, but it was really pushing it.
Finally, Jesus, I thought I was going to lose him of all things.
Is that a 50 Cent reference there, Fat Kid Eating Love and Cake? Ronnie?
I do not know.
Come on, Ronnie.
You're too young for 50 Cent.
I mean, my brain's trained for 6, 7 references at this point.
Woo. He had to crank about 3 turns of his bait caster to catch up with that fish.
He was getting rushed.
Yes, he was.
And he had a good one on that one that just came on.
That'll help, but
All right.
not a 7-pounder.
Oh. Maybe we should have been throwing this all day.
Little bait change.
Yep.
2 good bites pretty quick. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hadn't seen him throw that, but he told me last night that he caught a few on a cover jumper, a 1/2-ounce Pro vibrating jig. That was a new one on me.
3 1/4.
3 1/4, that'll definitely hit.
That other one was a good one, dude. Sorry. We're calling. You didn't think that would happen. I was worried if it was going to happen too. Okay, the white's bigger.
All right, he's chipping away at it.
Hunter
Brian
Schreier.
Schmidt.
Up to 18 pounds, 4th place. Blaylock just cold, got over 20 pounds. 20 pounds, 2 ounces.
There's a good one, I think. No, it ain't. I mean, it ain't no big one. It may help. I thought it was a good one, but it wasn't. Thanks, guys.
Like Matt Robertson there, a little downriver from Brock. Upriver, maybe? Guess that's about the river.
Right here where they been. That's where we went through earlier and never had a bite. I thought that was a good one. I don't know the way I had it hooked or what. Even when it come up, I thought it was better than that.
Bit of an outbreak of some fish catching going on here.
It's about that time, though.
Yeah. It was yesterday. It was maybe a little bit later than this, but right around 1 to 2. Yeah.
Still the same. Still slow. Fish aren't biting good. For me, anyway. We're sitting right at about 15 pounds right now. So we need a couple 5-pounders, big time here. But we still got, I don't know, lots of time left. 1 o'clock. They're around. I'm surprised they're not chewing today, but.
I don't know. Keep casting. That's all we can do. Do have one spot in that creek right there. 4 bites in practice. We may slide in there quick. Try it. Something a little different. This area's had a ton of pressure.
Well, we're looking forward to tomorrow. I mean, working towards tomorrow. Try to be in the top 50 so you can fish. Will there be less pressure? I don't know. They mentioned on the halftime show that the 50 who leave from the Elite Series are going to be replaced by at least 50 more from other sources.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. And if it's just replaced by 50 just weekend fishermen, that'd be great. But if it's replaced by 250,
yeah,
that might cause problems. But
hey, they can fish the bridges. I mean, they're open.
Yeah, I mean, that's
never been a more time that's
room
open.
to grow.
You got to know when you come to Lake Guntersville though, on a Saturday. You got to prepare for it. Have a plan for it. It shouldn't surprise you.
It's like if you went to Sarasota, Florida, or Tempe, Arizona here in the next few weeks, if you don't see some ball players around, something's wrong.
Right.
Because they're going to be there.
Plug them right there.
Maybe a little disbelief is what's in there. I mean, who could blame him? Such a great day yesterday. 24 pounds, 9 ounces yesterday and sitting at 15 now, but still, there is time. It's seriously a couple of hours minus travel time for he and the rest of the ones in flight number 1. Longer for the later flights. Got more to come. The FXR Bassmaster Elite from Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. Yeah, so glad you're with us here. Happy, TGIF. It's Friday. The weekend is upon us, and the weekend means 50 anglers are going to be concentrating on the next event here in the state of Alabama, and that is Lake Martin coming up next week. The other 50 will be here for semifinal Saturday. Leading the way right now is a man who's already notched a victory here on the Elite Series, Jamie Hartman, originally from New York, Arkansas, and West Logan of Alabama, Brandon Card of Tennessee, Hunter Shryock of Tennessee, and we're here on the Tennessee River. Some of the best in the business trying to figure out who's going to get the first blue trophy of the year, marking a championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
It made me think in the past when we've had really cold snaps and big cold bursts at the beginning of the year about how, man, this classic could be a lot colder, a lot more set back. But I remembered how many times it's happened where it's warmed up and things progress so quick when we get to the classic. So if Puxatawny Phil is correct, right around the classic,
well, guys,
we'll be out of the
we
winter.
got our limit. We just caught a 3-some and lost a pretty big. I mean, I had them on for a second. Not too long ago, and then a couple casts later, we caught a 3-something. So I'm just going to lock this in my hand now for the rest of the day and see what we could do. I feel like conditions are perfect. I like where I'm at, the zone where I'm at now, and hopefully get 2 big bites. That's what we're looking for right now, 2 big bites. I'll start with 1. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to jump the gun. I'll start with 1, but I really want 2 big bites before I got to go to weigh in. Plenty of time, ideal time, I would say, too. And that's that. You know, we're going to stay the course. Maybe spun out a little bit as far as, you know, how I went about it today, technique-wise. I don't know. It's yet to be determined, but, you know, I just wasn't getting any bites. But yeah, I feel like I've had 2 or 3 other opportunities today, you know, and it just didn't work out. Where, you know, yesterday pretty much it all worked out. But look, it's all good. We're gonna focus in, fish up to this mud line. And that's the other interesting thing. There's starting to be some mud lines up here from boat traffic, and I just want to make sure that's not a thing. Back there a little bit, we caught 2 and lost 1 on the mixed stick right on a mud line. So some things are shaping up. I feel good. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like there's a chance. Like, it's just, I just want the end of the rod to tell me that too.
Like we're trying to meet the moment.
We're trying to meet the moment. Yeah, I feel there's opportunity for sure. If we could just get it in front of one that wants to bite right now. I feel like they're biting right now is what I feel like. But you just gotta go. I mean, you literally gotta just keep on doing it. You're putting your bait in a good zone. You know, I'm throwing up to maybe 3 foot, working it out to about 7, 8 foot at times. I just don't have them out there in 40 foot, you know, with the current. So that's what's up. Hopefully it works out. Either way, I'm very, very thankful to get a limit. I was getting a little nervous on that. We actually cold one, so, or cold twice, right? Yeah, we cold twice, so. Oh, something just happened right there. See, like right here, this to me looks like a textbook eddy spot right on the back side here. The river kind of makes a bend. But I don't know why you guys are coming to me. I'm sure you got a lot better, you've gotten a lot better coverage and shots elsewhere today. So, but thank you for coming to me. How about that? Lake Guntersville on a, you know, February warm day. They're probably catching a few somewhere. We're gonna catch some too.
Always happy to come to Brian Schmidt. He walks us through everything. He doesn't keep any secrets. He tells us what's on his mind, what he's about to do next, and what he hopes to do for the rest of the day. So we'll always hang out with Brian Schmidt. Yeah. Hey, we haven't had a chance to talk to Kyle Jesse yet today, so we got that business to take care of. And Kyle, are you with us? Yeah, there he is. There's Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Now I don't know let's think about what's happened here. Our full top 10 has been replaced, with the exception of one person, with the exception of Jeff Gustafson. So does that mean Jeff Gustafson's going to win this tournament? Is he the only one that's shown any consistency over the first 2 days?
It certainly could be. Obviously, early on this morning, the guys that we had on camera, obviously the top 6 after day 1, obviously struggled early on this morning. Definitely one of those deals, we talked about it yesterday when I came on here. It seems like it's just a matter of landing on them. And you saw that with a guy like Wes Logan in the top 10. Yesterday on Bass Track late in the day, he only had 1 keeper. And it was, I'm pretty sure that was accurate because his location and time stamp was updating. And then late in the day, obviously catches him really good. Might have found something a little bit better on day 2. That's a guy I'm going to keep an eye on this week as well.
Kyle pointed out just a couple minutes ago that we have seen 1 bass get caught past the bridge in North Saudi, 0 in South Saudi, 0 in Browns, and 0 in Spring Creek. That has blown my mind. Will we see that? I asked Dave Mercer this. Will we see that start to happen tomorrow or Sunday, or is it just going to be a main river deal based on your opinion?
You know, it's hard to say, Ronnie. And a lot of the guys I talked to in practice, you know, they made the comment that, of course, you know, to dial in this grass bite, you just have to cover so much water, and then you obviously just marking all the areas that you're getting the number of bites. But, you know, obviously the weather's considerably warmer today, much warmer, sunnier as well. Certainly could be the case that, you know, those fish could push back into some of those areas that we're so used to seeing play here. But, you know, it's interesting. Seems like every time we see somebody on camera, with the exception of Brian Schmidt and maybe a few others, you know, they're around other boats. So, you know, if somebody can venture out and find something that hasn't been pressured, you know, find a group of fish that have moved back in a different area that, you know, hasn't been pressured as much, that could be something really that could take off tomorrow and, you know, even late into the day today as it continues to warm up.
Kind of on the same point as Tommy's saying, that the top 10 has mixed up, Kyle. The field, to me, when I looked at the standings yesterday, there were some people, and we'll always have that. We'll always have a few guys you'll say, gosh, I thought he was going to catch him there. I know you do your research. You had the whole offseason to kind of pick who you thought would do well and who might not here. Tell me some of the, you know, and it's early in the tournament, but it's not, because half the field, you know, 51 of the anglers won't be fishing tomorrow. Tell me some of the names that maybe have surprised you most about guys that you thought they'll absolutely make the Saturday cut.
Well, I mean, I think the craziest thing is we talked about it a lot in the live cast show. You look at the top 10 currently, and, you know, the names Jamie Hartman, Wes Logan, Hank Cherry, you know, Caleb Kufal, all these guys that have had success here. You know, were they going to be able to duplicate it this time around? Certainly a different time of the year. Hank Cherry obviously won his classic here in 2020 when it was, you know, March. Obviously still cooler temperatures pre-spawn. But, you know, it's crazy to see the amount of guys that have had success, that have, you know, had success here in the past. But, you know, of course, this, like, so far, the strangest thing to me is, you know, one of the biggest things we talked about early on in this event and even before it started was the amount of locals that live here and have had so much success here. And it doesn't seem like any of those guys are playing to the degree that we thought they would. You know, there's a couple of guys inside the cut range right now on Bass Track like Fisher and Naya, but, you know, a lot of the locals have seemed to struggle this week, which, you know, given the fact that there's so many of them, you really would have expected, you know, more of those guys to play.
Kyle, you're such a nice guy. You would not name a single name that wasn't doing well. You named the guys that we expected to do well, but you just branded them as the locals.
You know who they are.
You may have a career in politics coming up. Kyle Jesse, thank you so much. Yamaha on the line with Kyle Jesse there.
Kyle wouldn't hurt a fly unless that fly wasn't a Razorback fan, and then he'd hurt that fly. But other than that, Kyle
wait a
is
minute,
the nicest
I don't
guy.
believe that either.
Or Chiefs fan, or
yeah.
He's certainly a nice guy.
Oh, absolutely. Is that? Had his birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
It was a good deal.
Brand new dad.
Brand new
fall.
dad. Man, happy birthday. What's not to like?
Proud of him. Sent an email to Howard Downs like 9 years ago and said, do you guys do interns? I'd love to. And now look where he's at.
This one may be a good one. Yep. Whoop. Yeah. Go down. No. It ain't no big one, but it's bigger than what we got. Just barely skin hooked. Glad I didn't put a whole lot of pressure on it. Good one. Pretty fish. It ain't as big as what we wanted, but hey, we're all right.
good upgrade there for Brock. He said not a big one, but it's definitely a big help for him.
Yeah. Now, wouldn't it be odd if half of the field that fell out of the top 10 worked their way in by the end of the day in the period of an hour and 50 minutes? I kind of doubt that's going to happen, but lots of interesting stuff going on. We'll be right back. Into the fourth quarter, if you will, of this day. If it were a football game, the FXR Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. It's the second of 4 days of fishing. Hopefully your hope is going to be you get 4 days of fishing. You got to make it past today. That's job number one. You got to be in the top 50 in order to do that. There is your leaderboard as it stands right now. Jamie Hartman on top and has been there for a little while. Logan Card, Schreiot, Blaylock, Kufall, Hank Cherry, Jeff Gustafson, Blake Capps, see him right there in ninth place. You know, we don't want to get ahead of things, but we want to celebrate successes. Blake had a tough year last year. He was our nation champ at his first year last year, his rookie year, and finished 101st in AOY points. And he's got to do better this year if he wants to stick around. And man, he's making a great step toward that right now. A top 10 here at Guntersville will be in Oklahoma later this year. So maybe something to get it going for Blake Capps.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling good right now out there on the water, knowing that he might not know that he's unofficially in ninth place, but he knows he's going to make a Saturday cut at this point and got to be feeling good. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers are tournament anglers, and boy, when you struggle, but that's what makes it all worthwhile when you have a fresh start like he's having here.
Still
in
pretty
a good
tough
tournament.
on me.
That's good news.
We got 4. We have abandoned our primary area. Came up the lake a little bit. I'm not sure what happened to those fish. Either they moved up or moved out. I have no idea, but they definitely weren't where they were yesterday. And tried to make some adjustments and just couldn't figure them out. So we're just gonna run some new stuff, some stuff I got some bites on in practice, and stick with the same game plan, just throwing this lipless out there, winding it back in. Hopefully we can run into number 5, and at this point I'd be happy just to make the cut. But I'm sure these guys are catching them. Just blows me away on this place. I can wind this thing for miles, and I haven't put it in front of 5 keepers today. But we still got plenty of time. Just need to get around a little group of them and put some in the boat finally.
There are some guys catching them, Brian, but not the guys you're worried about.
That's right.
It's a whole different bunch.
And I was about to say, I would be willing to bet he has put it in front of 5 keepers, not the 5 keepers that wanted to bite today like yesterday, though. You wind a bait around on Lake Guntersville for this many hours, you have put it in front of 5 keepers almost always.
That's one thing everyone can agree about. That they live here. They are here in size and numbers. It's just not always easy to get them in the boat.
A lot of amazing things about this fishery, but one of them to me is certainly how day in and day out people keep catching 20-pound stringers.
Yeah.
Whether it's
I'll start begging
February or December or any other month that you think might be tough.
That doesn't happen everywhere.
No.
We're not there yet. Give it about an hour. We might start begging pretty hard. There's just too many fish in this lake. I cannot believe I can't reel this thing in front of one. Seeing them down there too. Seeing them on 2D, seeing them on side imaging, all that stuff. My goodness, did they go lockjaw for me today?
Funny thing is, he's only one good bite from getting back in the top 10, even though he only needs to get top 50 today. And I think Corey Johnston is with Gussie and Cart. I think he said a little while ago he's got 15 pounds. His Bass Track has him at 11.9. That's almost 3.5 pounds.
Ooh, wow.
He could be closer to third than 13th, I think.
Okay.
Well, of course, Takumi Ito had 20 pounds yesterday, and I think his Bass Track only had 17 and change, maybe 18. So a lot of guys fudge a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if I'd even remember what a bite felt like.
He needs number 5 bad, but so does Will Davis Jr. He was in the 80s. He's 55th right now. He had the 6.4 earlier and a 4.8. 2 fish, almost 11 pounds, and he's stuck at 4 fish. He's at 55th right now. One more fish would go a long way.
Long way.
Mm-hmm.
I cut.
Over to Evan Kung, 19th.
Yeah, it's been a lot tougher today. Had a lot less bites, a lot less size. I'm not sure what happened, if they moved or they're just getting used to my stuff or there's too much pressure getting on this spot here. But we got another hour and a bit still, so gonna try and cull up a couple times. Might go hit 1 or 2 other spots on the way back to the ramp. But not sure what happened today. Gonna have to probably change it up a little bit tomorrow to try and catch a big bag and try and move back into the top 10. Because I don't think we'll be in there after today, but pretty sure we'll make the cut and get to fish another day, which is a good way to start the year, and hopefully get a couple big ones in this last hour to move us up a little bit.
John Cruz just landed a 5 1/4. From the 80s, he's up to inside 40th at 38th with 19 pounds, 12 ounces. Got another 4.14 and a 4.
John Cruz generally does well here, more often than not.
Where he's at now, compared to where he started this morning, exactly what we were talking about. Someone that's in the 80s.
I have no idea.
Might not be able to win this event, but you can sure salvage your points, your classic chances, so many things.
Not gonna help.
That you don't want to get off to a bad start.
No, never.
Starting to bite a little bit though.
And Jamie Hartman just called with a 3.12. He only got 4 ounces, but he's up to 22.6 on his Bass Track.
Good to see Jamie having a good tournament.
Yeah, it's been too long.
It has.
Lots of injury issues and so forth.
Yeah, after winning here in 19, he was 67th, 2021, and 77th the year before in 2000. And that could have been when his back issues were going on.
Yeah. Well, the weigh-in's starting to loom ever larger with each passing half hour, or moment. That's what it looks like right now, page 1 of the leaderboard. These guys looking great to make the cut, absolutely in it. Hartman, Logan, Card, Schrock, and so forth. Now, second tier. Nick Trim, the rookie. Highest finishing rookie so far. Brock Mosley, Taku Ito, Corey Johnson, a lot of guys who started in the top 10, all the way down through Brian Schmidt and Evan Kung as well. Bob Downey making it into the top 20. Brandon Cobb has done very well here in the past. Justin Atkins, North Center, Airy, Brandon Polinick, looking good to make the cut as it stands right now. Big move by Andrew Loberg. Let's look at this fourth page before we have to step away for just a moment here. And there's Dakota Ebear getting close to the line there. John Cruz just made a move inside the top 50. So moving is going on and will continue to do so. We are back on Lake Guntersville. It's for the anglers. We lost Matt Robertson momentarily there. There's Brock Mosley, who's actually, he's sharpened up this last couple of hours here. He has really gotten things together and is looking real good to make the cut. He's absolutely, I'd say he's in. The 50 cut.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that 480 called early today.
Boy, that
he
helps
had the
a
ace
lot.
in the hole, so to speak, with that, where most of our other anglers had a slow day with, their biggest fish being 2.5 pounds, a few of them.
This is Matt Robertson, I believe, in the background there. Those two
Yep.
fishing within sight of each other most of the day today. Matt Robertson needing some more to happen on this day, but he does need some stuff to happen.
Yes, he does.
He's in 48th place as it stands right now.
And for him to have had 17 to 19 bites yesterday, if he slips a little bit and doesn't make that cut, it probably won't be real fun being around Matt this afternoon.
No, he had a couple of scenarios like that last year. A good first day and then just couldn't even get it across the finish line the next day.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, that's nobody wants that.
Here, big 15 inches. No, you look short. Oh, you look short. Get there. Get there. Oh my goodness. 100% will take it. Oh my goodness. What a day, Jake. Holy smokes.
Okay, let's start calling.
Well, now that we got the limit, we can start doing stuff. Oh, I'm so glad I got to use Cullen tag number 5 today. We got 5. We got 5. After the miles and miles and miles we've gone. We earned that one. I'm tired. Oh, he came up. I knew he was going to be close. My goodness.
Well, that's good. You don't want to start your day in the top 10 and not get a limit.
Yeah.
On day number 2, that's too much to bear.
It's even if he finishes a lot farther back than he would have liked to catch a number 5. There's always a reward there.
Yeah.
He's 30th. That could get him 10 spots.
Yes.
And
Well,
if he-
that and
he
it's
calls.
just mentally.
Oh, yeah.
Just to start in top 10 and come in with less than a limit on Lake Guntersville would be just mentally.
Yep. 2 pounder.
So frustrating.
Chris Johnston right now, the man on top of the cut line there in 50th place. Matt Robertson right ahead of him. Fisher and Nyack down there in 48th place. He's in jeopardy.
Trending in the right direction. That's it. 2 pounds goes to the bottom line.
There's a dozen or so that don't have marshals and bass track.
Yeah, that's why it's not safe to be at 48th place.
No, not at all. No. Carl Jockinson, 53rd. He started in the top 10. 52nd started in the top 10 today.
Got 2 fish. They're both 4-pounders, but wow, you need to fill that limit.
But there's fishing time left.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them got as much as 2 hours, so. '18th, we're told. Now that's put Bryant Smith.
Here we go.
Moved him up. Almost had one on there.
I thought he did. Yeah, that was a huge fish. I didn't realize they'd put him up that far.
Yeah, he was 30th.
Yeah, to catch a keeper at Guntersville, move from 30th to 18th. Oh, that's strong.
Yeah, yeah.
And he measured it. It was just
just
a
a keeper. Just a keeper.
Well, there's guys like Brandon Lesser had 21.6 yesterday, no bass track. McKinney, 19 pounds, no bass track. Tyler Williams, Fouts, 17, 18, or 18 and 13 and 17, 7. No bass tracks.
Yeah, we'll have some surprises at the weigh-in, just as we did yesterday. That's
Wesley
for sure.
Gore was a big surprise. He was not on bass track. He had our 23 pounds and a 8-1, our Phoenix Boats Big Bass.
Was he on today?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
he had like
that's
2 fish not long ago.
Oh boy. Yep. Yeah, 63rd. That's oof.
But he caught the 8-pounder.
He's got 4 now,
He caught
but
it
they're all
late.
1-pounder.
Yeah, that's right.
Scare them up. Move the fish around. Well, I land everything there.
Tommy Such is, I've been all day like, I know where he's at, I know where he's at, I know where he's at,
Yeah.
I know where he's at, and I've just thought to myself, and I don't know the number, but I guarantee you I've spent at least 2 months of my life on that
Oh,
lake.
I'm sure. Is that
60,
right?
70 days, at least 60 days.
Yeah.
And I'm not exaggerating, I'm probably underestimating by quite a bit, but you spend 60 full days, I should recognize a few places. And just imagine all the bass tournament anglers throughout the country that can say, maybe not 60, but a lot of days on this lake.
Oh,
the
yeah.
locals, 1,060,
Yeah.
but
Oh, yeah.
someone from, 3 states away that has spent months not around the area, actually on the water from basically daylight to dark.
And this place you recognize?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. and very few places that we've been that, I see the camera and I see the bank or the background or whatever. Oh, yeah, I know exactly where he's at,
The only thing I know about this place is I wouldn't fish that point that's off to his left over there. There's about a 70-foot tall dead tree. I wouldn't fish it in a windstorm.
Yep. Dead tree, there's a lot of the islands that are that way. Tells my age a little bit, but also the reason I don't like cormorants. That dead tree is because cormorants nest there.
Oh.
For the most part. There's some
No,
humps.
they're not much. It's a weight off your shoulders.
He started in all reds this morning. There's humps in all reds that's 3 feet deep with the water levels we've got now. That 30 years ago, I remember as islands with pine trees on it.
Really?
Decimated from the cormorants.
Wow.
No vegetation.
Took us a while.
And they erode, and now they're humps with grass on them.
Oh my
Of course,
God.
today's the day.
30 years.
That's fascinating. I've
In
not
30
heard
years.
that.
I was done. I had all my weight by 2 o'clock yesterday, pretty much. Absolutely.
I don't care for them just because they eat fish.
Yeah, and
I know
they'll
how
kill
they
fish for
devastate.
fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And they devastate habitat. I mean,
sure.
they devastate.
I made one call at like 4. About a pound. But most of my weight came before 2 o'clock. Today it's going to come after 2 o'clock.
There you go.
All right, that's way to ride. Get around. Well, we are getting closer and closer. Weigh-in time, want to remind you. Give you the first reminder here. Starts at 4 Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com. Jamie Hartman, the man on top. Would like to be on top after 2 days here, but there are 2 more days after this one. You got to be in the top 50 if you want to crack at those 2 days of fishing at this magnificent place, Lake Guntersville. We'll be right back. All right. Coming in for another landing here at Lake Guntersville. Well, that's a fancy looking helicopter right there.
Yeah, that's not your average little Skywatch weather chopper there, I can promise you.
That's not Action 4 News right there.
Those are some bad dudes right there.
Yeah. Don't want to get crossways with those guys. They got that piece of equipment. For sure. I guess there's somewhere to land there, I'm hoping. Well, we got a few minutes left in our broadcast today, but the anglers have at least an hour if they're in group number 1, and more than that if they're in flights later, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, maybe up to well past 4 o'clock or well past 5 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock locally. Brock Mosley and Matt Robertson exchanging info here about their day. Top 50 will fish tomorrow, semifinal Saturday, as we said. The other 50 will be on the move. Most of them not going far. We've got another Alabama tournament next week on the Tallapoosa River, Lake Martin.
Be very different.
Yeah.
Very
different look, different kind of lake, different size expectations, of course. And they will get to use the live sonar.
Yes. Hope they get to talk to our old pal Trip Weldon some down there. A lot of knowledge.
Oh, man.
On Lake Martin.
Yeah, that's kind of his home stadium there, wasn't it, for many, many years?
Yeah, I was down there this fall fishing. First time I'd been there in a while.
He's got less weight than me.
Guess who I saw out on the lake? Just randomly, Trip Weldon happened to be out there too, like on a Wednesday in October. September,
I swear
whenever
he
it was.
talks to me like I'm an idiot, like I don't know how to bass fish. He ain't never beat me in the points as long as he's been on the elites, but he tells me what I need to be doing.
Couple key limit fish from Jacob Porosnik. He's up to 18 in 24th place. And Dakota Ebear, he's 21st right now.
Oh, he was 40th just an hour ago. So
yeah, well, you go
great.
down, Matt Robertson is the highest angler without a limit.
Oof.
About 10 fish.
But
still got time.
I don't know. Didn't leave it, stay true, but dude, we got time. So let's just see what happens here the rest of the day, and hopefully we get lucky, get a bite here.
Tommy Suits, did y'all make a winning weight prediction?
We didn't. Oh, well, I did for my fantasy. Yeah, I did. I did.
Come on,
winning weight
We
prediction.
talked a little bit about it.
We didn't make one on the show, though. We haven't made
No,
one.
we didn't write it down and say, this is my weight. But before it started, everybody was thinking 100 easy. Randy Howe was saying
I'm
100
just trying to stay
pounds,
right
7
on this
ounces.
edge. There's a real defined edge up here, and it has the grass right on the edge. Trying to stay right on that, and to raise my chances as much as I can here.
With all the talk of how tough practice was, we knocked it down at around 90, I believe. Didn't we say 88 to 90?
I am. I really like the schedule, man.
Well, I did put
going
mine
to
down
3
a few days
places
before,
I've never been. We're going to Martin. I've never been there. The Tom Bigby and the Arkansas River. So that's really cool. Anytime I could go somewhere new, I really like it. There's a bunch of rivers on the schedule. And then probably my favorite place on earth, Lake Champlain. So, to start the year off like I did yesterday is excellent, man. I like to, not let any kind of points slip away here like we're doing today, but there he is. Not a big one. He'll call. Oh yeah, he'll call.
Definitely.
Little chunk. Little chunk. Isn't that crazy? I mean, knock the fire out of it. Come here, baby. We met the moment. If we could get this fish on the hook, time is of the essence. I actually put a treble or a stinger hook on as well. Yesterday I caught 2 on strictly the stinger hook. That's a nice little chunk. It's like a 3-pounder at least. Yeah.
It's gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 1/4. Heck yeah. Every little bit helps.
Smallest fish was 1.25 pounds.
Yeah,
I thought it was 1.25 pound upgrade, so it was a 2 pound upgrade.
2 pound upgrade. That's going to put him back in the top 10. I
That's
think.
bigger.
Great. Good for him.
8th place.
White's bigger.
So our friend Dave Mercer texted me. He's listening in, I guess. He said they do have trip booked for next week. So looking forward to Trip Weldon.
Great. Yeah.
Being on the halftime show next week.
We'll definitely look forward to that. Brian Schmidt working his way back into the top 10. He fell out pretty early. He said, stay with me, though. Stay with me. And we did, and he did it. Got back in.
Key fish being caught right now. Kyle Wutcher just bumped up to 4th. And then a 4 1/4. Nick Trim back in the top 10, 18.5 today.
Bite's definitely picking up a little bit.
Yeah. That weigh-in will be interesting. Give you a second reminder on that. Starts at 4 Eastern, right here. 3 Central, local time. And we'll continue for a while.
Such, have you looked at the weather forecast for tomorrow lately?
What
I know
you got,
this
Matty?
morning it's supposed to be about 10 degrees colder tomorrow.
That's what I read.
According to the morning forecast.
Not shit.
Supposed to be chilly in the morning.
Yeah, it's tomorrow the
low 30s, and then get up to only 48 in the afternoon. Winds are north from 9 miles, about 9 miles an hour most of the day.
It's kind of strange weather pattern we are in right here, but it sure beats what was going on 4 or 5 days ago.
Yes, it does.
No doubt about that.
That's a good fat. Got a little belly on.
Been all happy about a mid 40 degree day.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Struggled to get there yesterday.
It's been a good day watching these anglers. The 6 cameras we've had, it's been fun, and they've been very informative. Even in their struggles, some of them.
That's right. We've learned a lot watching them struggle. You hate to say that, but sometimes it works that way.
I am surprised the top 10 flipped as much as it did today.
I don't know. It's less likely to happen tomorrow with only 50 anglers, wouldn't you think?
Yes, but who knows?
But yeah, at this point, yeah, we've seen a lot of unexpected things so far. Yes. Coverage begins tomorrow now, 8 o'clock. We will join you at 8 Eastern on Bassmaster.com and Fox Sports. Fox Sports for 8 a.m. Eastern for 3 hours for sure. And back there on Sunday as well, Championship Sunday. So thanks a lot for being with us. Bassmaster Live today. Weigh-in coming up about an hour, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.